The panelists are invited to go on stage. We are about to start. Good morning. We welcome you to the third day of activities in the 11th SDMX expert meeting. The agenda will cover today session 5, 6, and part of session 7. For session number 5, data and metadata governance, organized by Jamil Vargas, data officer, IMF, and vice president of SDMX SWG, and David Baraclaw, smart data practice manager OECD, and the president of SDMX SWG. Jamil Vargas is a data officer in the statistics department of the International Monetary Fund, working on a wide range of data issues, including SDMX and data governance. He is also the deputy chair of the SDMX Statistical Working Group, SWG. Jamil's academic background is in economics and data science. You already know David Varanclaw. In the first day, David is a smart data practices manager at the OECD, leading the SDMX modeling team. He has been involved in IT system development for 30 years. David is chair of the SDMX Statistical Working Group and is also a member of Modern Stats Standards Working Group. Jamil, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Good morning and good afternoon for those who are following online from other continents of the world. Welcome to session 5 of the SDMX Experts meeting. Bienvenidos. My name is Yamil Vargas, as I was nicely introduced. I work in the International Monetary Fund, and I will be coordinating this session with David from OECD. The topic for today's session is data and metadata governance. As you know, the SDMX has an information model and tools that facilitate data governance, but it's up to organizations to put together governance policies around the management and maintenance of the SDMX artifacts. To address this topic, we have a well-balanced agenda, in my opinion, with 2 presentations from national statistical offices and 2 presentations from international organizations. The plan for this session is to have 4 20-minute presentation and to dedicate enough time for questions and answers and discussion. And then we will have also a 15 minutes break in the middle of the presentations. And we will also have a few questions in Mentimeter, and you can see the information to join the Mentimeter in the screen. So without further ado, let's proceed with the first presentation. For the first presentation, we have David Baraclock. I prepared a very nice introduction for him, but he was already introduced, and also he already presented in the first day of the meeting. So I think we are all very familiar with David by now. So David, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you, Yamil. Could I share my presentation, please, from my laptop? I'm joined to the event, but I can't see a share icon. Am I joined to the correct day, DR3? I think you have to make me a presenter. Ah, okay, yeah, thank you. Okay, so I'm just sharing now. Okay, so what I'm going to present this morning is how the OECD is doing structural metadata governance, our framework, but also then linked to a possible reference framework for structural metadata. So first of all, what is structural metadata governance? Well, in the way that I see it anyway. So this basically covers, you know, who maintains the artifacts, you know, who would approve changes, also review the changes. This can be kind of separated or merged, you know, into the same groups. Who mandates creation of structural metadata? What are the business processes around that maintenance and that change management? How can people request any changes to the artifacts? What should be shared and reused and what should not? I mean, by the way, you know, as I'm talking about this governance framework, I mean, it's really about the shared artifact. And what is the policy? You know, who decides it, and who enforces it? Because if you have a policy, really, you know, you want to make sure that people are following it and you don't just kind of forget about it. So why is governance needed? So it's really needed to boost the quality and harmonization, coherence, and the other kind of quality aspects of our statistical products. It's also to help data producers and metadata managers to know what the processes are in the policy and how to follow them and who to contact, you know, on any questions. This should all be like very, very clear. It helps with data integration, but one framework or policy, I mean, there's no way it would fit all organizations. I mean, we all have different resources. We have different institutional setups, but there are definitely some common needs across agencies. And the reference framework, or the idea of it, it came about because we created our framework at the OECD, but we couldn't find anything to base it on, really. So we did it from scratch, and a reference framework would have really helped us. And we thought, you know, going forward, it would also help other agencies as well. In fact, we actually used it for another agency, so we kind of started already. So yeah, some more needs for governance. So the policy needs to be needs some oversight. There should be a way that it's effectively adopted. Also put in place clear workflows for structural metadata management. You certainly need the relevant experts working on any proposals for changes. Yeah, effective ownership, accountability, and also know the difference between ownership and maintenance. Okay, so it's not the same thing. It's even part of the kind of SDMX information model, which helps. And also having effective tools for reviews and communication is a big help. I mean, at the OECD we use GitLab for the versioning and things like that, and we use something else for the communities. So this is the framework at the OECD. So at the top we have the what we call the practices advisory team. So this is basically my team, and what we do is we advise on all aspects of structural metadata, really, I guess, for the organization. But there's a community of practice, which is this kind of middle box, which all of the like stakeholders in structural metadata, they can be a member of it. So my team kind of organizes this community of practice, which meets every now and again. But we have like an effective tool for all of the information that goes into that. And the community of practice is the one who actually owns the structural metadata. So they review and they sign off on shared structural metadata, like shared code lists at the OECD. They give a mandate to working groups who would then go off and work on a shared code list and concepts, and then come back to the COP, we call it for shorthand, to review that and maybe give some feedback, again to the working groups. And I guess you can see this as it's a bit like the SDMX SWG and the Secretariat, this kind of feedback loop just there. So it's not the advisory team which is making the decisions on the structural metadata. Okay, of course they strongly advise the COP, but yeah, they perform the maintenance for the structural metadata. They actually, once something is signed off, then they kind of put it in place. And then at the bottom you have the members of the COP, which are basically the stakeholders like the statisticians, etc. Yeah, so that's our framework at the OECD. So just moving on. Yeah, okay, so I've just got some descriptions, but I'm not going to read all of these out. But yeah, the advisory team, we also provide training and courses. and we kind of formulate the methodology for structural metadata. And yeah, members of this team, they really have to be experts in SDMX, basically. The working groups are made up of subject matter and SDMX experts. They're usually chaired by a subject matter expert. Yeah, in the community of practice. Yeah, I've just talked about them. Yeah, we have like regular meetings, etc. But they, as I said, they own the structural metadata. So for the working groups, like any working group, we have this business process. It's quite simple, really. But so the a proposal document is made by the working group, and then the moderator organizes meetings. There's a discussion goes on within the working group, and if the working group agrees, then it goes to the community of practice, and then they discuss it, and if they agree, then it gets put into .stat, basically. If not, then it comes back into the working group. And this business process has been really effective for any kind of structural metadata. So yeah, I'm not going to go into this much, but just to say that each structural metadata, we have this regular maintenance life cycle where we can pull up non-urgent changes and then have a kind of about a 12-month kind of revision process. But if there's an urgent change, then it can be treated as a fast-track one, as long as there's no major changes. And rather than going through the COP, this is handled by the practices team with just some consultations going on. But this basically comes from the global DSD processes. So Daniel Sarani, if you see here, may be kind of really familiar with this because he just took it from there. So just run through some examples of some frameworks that I envisage, related to this. So of course, this is the OECD one, which I've just showed, but just say that this can be thought of just as a kind of benchmark framework. There's balanced decisions and authority. And here, we could think that, yeah, there's, a decent quality of metadata. The time to deliver, well, it takes a bit of time because, the community of practice has got to review it and sign off on it. And, you got this kind of feedback loop with the working groups. You need a fair amount of resources as well to put all this into place. And the communication is pretty good, because the community of practice, not only does it serve as owning the metadata, but a kind of communication board. So a variation on this is, well, centralized ownership and maintenance, but with a community for communication. So here, the kind of advisory team, what was the advisory team, actually becomes the owners of the metadata, the decision-making body. You still have the working groups, but the feedback loop here is between that team and the working groups. And the community of practice is really used as a kind of communication channel. So here the quality may go down a bit in relation to the last one, because you may not have as much expertise in subject matter experts, coming up with that. Time to deliver is still pretty decent. In fact, it's an improvement on here. Sorry, just going back. Yeah, it may be a bit faster because it's centralized. The resources needed are about the same, and the communication is the same because you have the community of practice. So here's a different one as well, where you just don't have the COP at all, and everything goes between the advisory team, which is a bit more than an advisory team, and the working groups. There's some communication because the users can become part of the working groups. You can see that again, the quality is not as good. The time to deliver goes up, but the communication goes down. Here's perhaps, well, at least in the alternatives that I gave, it's like the heaviest, because you add this like steering group, which actually mandates the advisory team, and you can have like a separate training team as well. So the metadata quality can be the highest here. The time to deliver, is can take a while because you've got this mandate coming in, and of course the resources needed for this setup is the highest. And here's the simplest. This is my last one, so sorry about that. But here you simply have, one team which is doing all of the ownership and the maintenance. A steering group can kind of mandate that team, and the team can will probably consult with the users on things, but in the end it's them making the decision. So the time to deliver is the longest. It's the quickest. The resources needed is the lowest, but of course quality and communication is adversely affected. Just wrapping up, I guess. So a reference framework, perhaps it could be based on the distributed decisions alternative, because that's kind of like the superset of all of the groups. And agencies could start from this reference framework and adapt it, how they need it, by removing elements that they simply can't take on, but they can retain the the meanings and the terms and the relationships and any processes that are linked to this, or adapt them. Of course, the framework could be extended as it is with GSBPM. I mean, it's basically the same idea as GSBPM. It's a reference that can be kind of changed. The next steps could be for the SWG plus friends, maybe from the TWG or whoever's interested to develop this further. And also it could be linked to the data governance initiative, which has been coordinated by INEHI with UNECE. So, metadata governance is kind of nicely linked to data governance as well. And just finally, I mean, I've not really mentioned SDMX much in this presentation at all. So I mean, there's no reason why, if it's successful, it couldn't be used for other standards like XBRL, DDI, especially if it's part of the data governance initiative. So that's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, David, for the very interesting presentation. Before we move to the questions, we want to ask a very brief Mentimeter question to get a sense from the audience on what are your views on who should control the structural metadata in your organizations. It should be each team creates their own code lists and concepts. A control group manages all code lists and concepts. A central group manages only shared code lists and concepts, or the other options. Just wait a few seconds. We get more responses. Right. It seems like we have a winner. A central group manages only shared code lists and concepts. Apparently, is the preferred option.
I don't know. Is that expected? I mean, yeah, I guess so. I guess it's certainly better than having the one in blue being the majority, like everybody doing their own thing, because you get a lot less reuse like that. So I think it's a good sign already that the shared code lists and concepts there is kind of centrally managed. So yeah, okay, thanks. I can't think of anything else to say on that, but yeah, please, if anybody wants to make any comments, I don't know when we're asking for comments, but
yes, this is the time. Let's open the floor for questions or comments on these results. Yes, Rafael or Stratos, you decide who goes first.
Yep. Thanks, Camille. Thanks, David. It was really interesting. And I think this is something that we are also facing at the moment. I mean, setting up a proper governance. I believe that because we have also started working on this so-called data dictionary, which is supposedly handling mainly with the common artifacts like code lists and concept schemes. But I think that initially you need a team to drive this. So you cannot really set a scheme and then expect it to work on its own. So for us, we are currently mainly managing all the shared artifacts, but we are also planning to distribute the ownership of this, because even if you maintain, for example, a code list, you can assign this to an owner, taking care of changes, also being responsible for what is the appropriate coding in some cases. We also have some feedback from our publishers, which is the team in the communications department dealing with what is the appropriate naming and so on. So we also onboard this information, but still we don't have an established framework of how we deal with the structures in general. But I mean, starting this work now for more than a year, I think there was also some work done before. It's obvious that you need to have an organization, a governance scheme in place. Otherwise, it gets really tough if you collect everything on one side, and also you have people requesting things, and then you have to merge all the requests on your own. I mean, being as one team. Thank you.
Yeah. So yeah, that's very interesting. With the publication department, I mean, we have exactly the same thing at the OSD, where but we treat them as kind of an expert in the community of practice. So you have the subject matter experts from national accounts, etc. They're commenting on things related to some aspects of the code list, but the publication people, yeah, they comment on other aspects as well. So and because everybody in the COP can review things and make comments, and then it has to go back to the working group. That works really, really well. That they're just like another expert in the COP. So, but this. Yeah, the relationship between the kind of the working group and the community of practices worked really, really well for us. So, yeah.
Well.
Thanks, David. So indeed, very interesting and very relevant. I have 3 questions for you. The first one is, how formalized is this? Yeah, do you have a policy which exactly describes, what you were just showing on the slides, and which is owned, I don't know, at the director level, or how formalized is this? Yeah. The second question is, what's the escalation process if you don't agree? Yeah, I saw, yeah, it can loop back, but what if there's an infinite loop? Yeah, do we have some other mechanism in place? Because that's actually what we see at the BS. There are actually certain cases where business units, they just don't agree, and then the question is, who is making the final decision? And then the third question is, can you just elaborate a little bit more on the drivers again? Yeah, you had this slide, and all of this sounds reasonable, but was there a particular driver that, for example, there were incidents because there were different code lists, and then basically there was some, let's say, misrepresentation, or was there a business unit who actually pushed this really forward? What were the initiators of this initiative? Yeah. Thanks.
Okay. So yeah, I haven't got a very good memory, so I hope I can remember at least like the 3 things. So how formal is this? So I can't name a specific like document or something like that, but it is quite formalized. I mean, this is the agreed way that we organize and make decisions on our shared structural metadata, and this is it. If you want to be able to review and make a comment on some aspect of like a shared code list or concepts, then you've got to be in the COP. So yeah, I don't know. I mean, Jonathan, sorry. I mean, is it formalized in some way? This our framework, or is it just like we say, well, this is it, and or just say yes or you don't know? Yeah.
So we have I would say a management level group that meets across the house, representatives from each directive, so each sort of domain, if you like, that formalizes this and basically drives that forward, within each directive. Of course, there are challenges still at the sort of detail level of agreeing on codes, and unit of measure is one particular headache, for example, but yeah, there is a formalized process in a way, an approval process, but this is still early days. I mean, we've applied it at the OECD. We also applied in a project with the National Bank of Belgium, tested it there, and it's successful, and it's a variation of what we've done at the OECD. And again, we're also doing it with Statek, so the Luxembourg Statistics Office. So it's tried and tested already, and evolved since the sort of test, application of it is taken place.
Yeah, thanks, Jonathan. So yeah, and I guess it's a similar response to I think what your third question, for if you need a kind of higher authority to make a decision to stop the kind of like infinite loop, but we haven't had to go there yet, because I think I'm not sure if there's even like the expertise in the SDBM, because the people who really kind of know about what should go into the structural metadata, they're in the working groups. That's the idea behind the working groups. And if they can't make a good proposal, that the people in the COP who are also subject matter experts, if they can't agree, then there's a problem, and we simply need to keep on working on it. But you've seen this in the Secretariat and the SWG and the other working groups. You've got to, the working groups have got to kind of come to some kind of agreements, otherwise it's still a problem. What was the second question? I can't remember now. So the main drivers behind putting this into place, well, I think it might have been SDBM as well, or Eric kind of came up, I think, with the community of pride, so maybe it was Jonathan, I don't know. Jonathan knows the answer.
Oh, I mean, I think you know us also, but there is many drivers. I mean, there's, for example, like .stat, as a data explorer, the way data is presented and harmonized and try to actually visualize this. If we don't go back to the root of the problem of where this data is coming from and how it's being modeled, then the experience of the user and the consumer is heavily impacted. There's a lot of duplication. There's storage, questions. There's many things. So, it's just also, I mean, you have to think about the presenting the business value and the value to the sort of statisticians, doing their daily work as well. Why should I make this change for this. You know, so this is a very important exercise. It's a change management process as well. You have to think about. So, but there are many impacts of not doing it the right way.
Yeah.
And yeah, I mean, David can probably explain even more.
Well, yeah, but the business need of putting this into place is because the practices team, I mean, my team, we simply don't have the expertise, you know, and the subject matter experience to say, you know, what should go into the industrial activity code list, you know, and what are all the aggregations that are required, because what we want to do is to harmonize those kinds of code lists across the whole of the organization. Because before we had like, 30 different industrial activity code lists. Well, this would make, discovering data in .stat and linking this data together very, very difficult. So now we want one code list, but how do we do that? Well, my team doesn't know, but the statisticians do. So then you need a framework to be able to, get that information and then review it across the other statisticians, and this worked really well.
Thank you, Jonathan, for helping this. So I see Abdullah has a question.
Yeah, thanks very much, David. And I think that many of the questions I had, you have already answered. But what I would expect is that, especially as you go into harmonization, there would be a strong organizational resistance, and you've talked about that already. But the thing is that there may be very strong arguments on why things shouldn't change. And I mean, the simplest and the strongest arguments is that this is how we have disseminated the data for years, for decades. This is the shape that our users expect to find the data. And we cannot suddenly impose a completely new model on them. And unit of measure is a good example because, again, maybe, I mean, we saw yesterday in the fantastic presentation by Anastasia and Stefan that you can have a unit of measure that includes 5 or more components. And it may not fit at all into the model that you're, harmonized model that you're proposing. But if this is how the users have received the data and this is how they expect the data, then that would be a very strong argument of leaving it in place. So could you say more about how you resolve these type of issues and what is your experience so far with that?
Yeah, this is a very complicated, complex issue, I think. But the way we approached it is that you can we showed the users how their data could look if it's remodeled following the best practices, and if the terms were harmonized, across the organization. So, take like indicator. I mean, we have about 1,000 data sets at the minute. Some call it indicators, some call it series, some call it subject, transaction. You almost think of a word and they've used that for indicator. And when you're trying to search when you're trying to discover data and parts of the structure through a tool such as .stat, then it becomes very hard. But that's only on the concept names, but then you go to the codes as well. So if you're trying to find like, GDP, a list of GDP related indicators in .stat, then if everybody calls the same thing different things, then search becomes very difficult. So and then when you come to the actual structure of data sets, well, if all you have is like composed concepts, then it makes it very difficult to kind of filter and pivot and query the data. So so this is what we use basically by remodeling some of the data and then showing it in the tool to convince them that or try to convince them, this is the way to go. But this is still very much a work in progress. What you're saying, moving from the legacy to the new structures. And exactly one of the main arguments not to move is, well, it's like this already, and this is what the users expect. But unless we remodel, then as I say, the features of the tool won't work properly. The facets, the filtering, the searching. So there's a pretty good reason to do it.
Sorry, just to maybe add on that as well. Just because we've done it one way doesn't mean it's necessarily the right way, and we've also got feedback from users, difficult to find data. I think every organization here will know that, how to find the data. And then maybe more advanced users have actually built, applications and processes to actually be able to deal with that non-harmonized data inside their organization, to be able to consume it and repackage it for their use. So we're sort of hopefully taking away some of that burden on the end user, whoever that may be, advanced or not advanced, to be able to more easily consume out and reuse our data.
Thank you. I see Sid and Stratos have questions. Maybe since Stratos already have the mic, we go with Stratos first and then Sid.
Thank you. I have the advantage. So it was a practical question along the lines of what Abdullah was saying. So one, how do you treat at the practical level the changes in the codings and concept schemes? And what I mean by that is, do you have a team that persists all the changes, or do you have your users having access to the metadata editing process? So one is that, and the second is, when you're talking about remodeling, do you create new data sets, so you discard the old ones, or at least this is the idea, or do you keep the existing data sets with the old codings and mapping them to the new modeling of the data set?
Yeah, thanks. So well, just say that the main thing that the framework deals with is not DSDs and data flows. It's more on the kind of like the concepts and the code lists and the concept schemes. This is mainly what it's used for, and our metadata structure definition. But the kind of non-shared artifacts, which are usually like the DSDs and the data flows, they're dealt with by the teams. Okay. But they can always come to us for advice, the kind of the practices team. So I think your question was how do we actually deal with the changes in those artifacts, kind of technically the updating. So we use GitLab for the, I think it's usually the chairs of the working groups which work in GitLab to document the change, make kind of versions of it and put any comments on it. And the way that we're doing that at the moment is using Matrix Generator, because they can put the code lists and the concepts in there, and then click a button and generate the XML. And because it's quite visual, then it seems to work quite well at the moment. So yes, and that's how we're doing it.
Okay, Sid, please.
David, so a couple of questions. One is when you look at data owned by an organization like OECD, you have some data which is official for use only within OECD, and some data which you can disseminate publicly to others. So is DotStat the platform for both these kind of data? Yes or no? And second thing is in a huge organization, it's not just one tool for time series data, but multiple tools, right? So one is, how do you know which other tools or data dissemination tools are available within OECD? And then the other way around, how do these tool developers know that you have this centralized coding?
Okay, so yeah, thanks. So the main focus of this framework is for the shared artifacts, right? So and those are all kind of public at the moment, but there's no reason why it can't be used for internal metadata as well, as long as it's shared. So say if we had a certain code list that was used for internal processing, but across like 50 teams, then the same framework could be reused. You know, it doesn't matter whether it's public or not. What was your next one? Oh, about the tools used for dissemination. I don't think it's really a part of the framework. I mean, basically, you know, we're concentrating on whether the structural metadata is reused and what the quality of it is, and I don't think that the end tool comes into it so much. Oh. Well, because through the SDBM that Jonathan mentioned, which is like, you know, the higher level kind of managers team, this group kind of knows about this framework, and I guess, you know, they're expected to tell their teams that they should be a part of this community of practice or not. So, you know, the message has gone out across the organization, and it continues to go out that this framework exists, and really, if you want to be a part of this this kind of review framework, then this is where you should be.
Wow, very good. Thank you very much, David, again, for sharing the experience of the OECD with the governance framework for data and metadata, and also for the proposal to kind of put in place a reference governance framework, so we can all decide if this is something that we can work on in the future. For the second presentation, which will be presented by Rehab Abab. She will be presenting remotely. And Rehab works at the Central Agency for Statistics and Public Mobilization of Egypt as a statistician in the Sustainable Development Unit. And she's a graduate of the Faculty of Economic and Political Science of the University of Cairo and has a master's degree in economics. She's the vice focal point of the Socioeconomic Development Dimension for the African Peer Review Mechanism Governance Index, and a member of the Committee for the Study of the Global Governance Index. And she's also a founding member of the Egyptian Society of Young Statisticians. Rehab, the floor is yours.
Hello, everyone. Today, we'll talk about SDMX governance importance. Do you see me and hear me? Okay.
We can hear you well, and we can see your screen.
Okay.
Thank you.
SDMX offers a lingua franca to support communication, not only between experts, but also more broadly between and within organizations. It is exactly to build the cross-functional teams that speak the same language. Typically, between organizations, this has been the original business case for the creation of the standards, as SDMX supports reporting from national bodies to international organizations in an automated and condensed manner. Statistical reporting, but in fact, it could be used for any kind of reporting or structured data exchange in push or pull mode. Within a given organization, SDMX enables collaboration between IT experts, data engineers, and the data scientists, as well as communication or data experts, by using the appropriate tools in order to design their data and producing the corresponding artifacts. For example, a data structure, definition, and related code lists. The statistician can generate in a click the creation of database and generate user-friendly interface to explore it without having to go through the painful process of specifying a custom IT product, collaborating with IT teams to design a database, and with the communication experts to design a data experience, spending time and resource in risky technical delivery project, and so on. Combined with techniques or the continuous delivery of platform over the cloud, SDMX have the potential to enable a super fluid environment for data experts to quickly share their data through an accessible user experience. The prerequisite for that magic to work is the harmonized and well-crafted data and metadata model, ideally drawing on globally and locally agreed pre-existing structures, which will enable a model-driven platform delivery and user experience. But the benefits of SDMX don't stop here. SDMX offers an elegant way of building a data ecosystem of entities, exchanging data flows. It provides a framework to co-invest in open source projects and shared tools. This is crystallized especially in the SDMX standard message to pull or push the data from a database through an application programming interface, which exists for SDMX in multiple formats. API or interfaces have been implemented in supporting the historic SDMX use case, reporting data through automated data flows, which has now well extended into the data dimensions use case, using those same APIs or interfaces to cater for an interactive web application, where data is explored by a human user through data search charts and tables and downloaded in the desired format. SDMX APIs are now serving as the basis for developing broader microservice architect within our organization or a national or sectoral data ecosystems, which each SDMX node consists of a space which can be fed with data input and produce data outputs, all in SDMX, performing a contract for validation and the transformation of data. SDMX work here as the organizing, unifying principle for multiple players within a given organization or a broader ecosystem to trade data with other and establish complex data value chains at limited cost. In a distributed system, where node can be operated in autonomy. In short, SDMX can work as a greater enabler of a distributed data mesh. And now, I will let you with an open questions. How do we link different domains of expertise and make sure there is a common body of shared understanding across multiple socio-economic domains? This would start, for example, with units of measure and geographical areas, but could be extended to many more cross-domain data dimensions. How would a particular statistical concept be defined? What are the possible codified values for this concept? What kind of metadata do we need to characterize the methodology and the data quality trade-offs? How can we facilitate the translation of those structures, concepts, and code lists for teams from different regions to be better able to work on the same indicators? For example, Sustainable Development Goals. To understand each other better, share smoothly and compare these data. At the end, data governance refers to the process of making joint decisions about data in order to achieve a common good, for example, better data quality. And that is exactly what SDMX can help to achieve. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Rehab, for your presentation. Now we are going to open the floor for questions or comments. Any questions in the room? Okay. I also see that you placed there very interesting questions at the end that some of them have already been discussed in the previous previous sessions of the meeting, like the need for having translation of SDMX documentation, which is very important. Yes, Jennifer.
Hello, thank you. This question is to Reem, if I'm pronouncing her name correctly. Thank you very much for your presentation. Later today, we will be presenting on our translation project of SUG metadata, both for reference metadata and steps toward translation of the DSD. Reem, we'd like to invite you to join as a guest our weekly bi-weekly collaboration call and share ideas. I think some of the questions that you've posed at the end are issues that we are struggling with as well. And all the strengths of SDMX we also experience. So consider this an invitation and we will follow up. Thank you.
Thank you for the invitation. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Jennifer. Well, I have a question, Rehab. So what is the experience of your organization, Catmans, in governing data and metadata changes? Do you have any challenges that you can share, or what is your experience in this area?
Well, we are just started to have SDMX. We are just a beginner on this.
Okay, I see. Well, I hope maybe next year you can share more. Well, with that, then let's move on to a roundtable discussion. But before we do that, we would like to have another Mentimeter question to get your views on this particular topic. Just a second until we share the Mentimeter in the screen. Well, a technical glitch. This is live from Aguascalientes. But definitely, well, the plan is to have your views on if your organization have a clear governance structure for data and metadata. If yes, and if it works well, maybe yes, but it could be better, or no, but we plan to have one, or alternatively, no, and we do not plan to have one. Let's wait a few seconds until we gather some results. Okay, yes, but it could be better is winning the red bar by a lot. Yeah, okay. I think we have a sense of.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I guess that's quite positive, right? That you know, most agencies have one, but they feel as though it could be improved. So you know, I guess this gives a bit of a boost to the having a reference framework, perhaps. It's really great that there's no one saying that they don't have one and they don't want one. So that's quite positive. Yeah, and for saying yes, and it works well. So, of course, it could be really good to have some feedback for the reference framework to know if that works really well, then to incorporate that as part of the recommendations. So yeah.
Yeah, so actually, now that I am seeing the results, it will be interesting if any of those four that replied that yes, and it works well, if any of them are here in the room and maybe can share a little bit of their experience. No? Okay. So it seems
Yeah, or the 16, if you think it could be better, then what do you think? So you already have some kind of framework, but why do you think it could be better? So what's not working so well? Yeah, any comments on that? No. Okay. Rafael.
Yeah, I think for me it's really linked to a funding and resource question, because this needs time, this needs resources, and this is where the discussion actually is on our side. Are the benefits big enough in order to improve further? Yeah, I mean, there can be always further improvements compared to the costs. And so that's one aspect. The other aspect is what Abdullah said, is basically, yeah, we have always done this in the last 20 years like this. Why should we change? And I understand, when you have a change project like introducing .stat, and you can illustrate to the users, that it's actually very difficult to use the system if you don't have this. I think that's a very good reason. We hope that with our introduction of the public data portal, where we also concerned with all these topics like harmonized filtering, etc., for sets, etc., that we also move more in this direction, and it looks good at the moment. The question is then, what happens after the change project when we are in operations? Are we going to continue to have this discipline as we have at the moment, or are we falling back into this? Let's do it as it is, as it always was. So these are the two aspects on my side.
Yeah. So as you say, I think having a catalyst for for change, in terms of the structural metadata governance as well, is really handy. It's because putting that in place, without such a catalyst, it will be a bit harder to justify if there is a certain cost. But perhaps it could be part of the governance, the reference framework. How to actually move from what you have now, or certain examples of what agencies have now, towards something more compatible with the reference framework, rather than just saying, well, here it is, and then away you go, which is might be a bit harder to adapt like that.
I fully agree with you. I think what would be really useful is actually a reference framework where we can say, look, there are these organizations who have implemented it exactly. We have not done it like this. We should probably do it. I think that definitely helps in bringing up some resources.
I think what we almost need is like a reference framework for reference frameworks. To know how to put a reference framework in place. So, and it's be interesting to see, what was done for the GSBPM, to say, okay, so for agencies that wish to move towards GSBPM, so how do they do that? And maybe there's something that we can, adapt, for something like this. I mean, it's not on the same scale, I guess, because GSBPM is across like the whole of the statistical activities, but this is much more reduced set of processes. So, thanks.
Other comments? Yes, Latina.
One comment, just to mention what kind of challenges we have internally. We have governance structures, but they are split between the macro side and the micro side. And this is very unfortunate because the micro side, actually, they're changing code lists and codes very dynamically on a daily basis. And this requires to have a very flexible governance structure that can approve these codes. On the macro side, of course, we have a very, usually structures are not changing very quickly. And then we also coordinate with the global data structure definitions and also with other international organizations. So changes are taking some time to be approved by everyone. And it's very unfortunate because actually, when you try to integrate the data, actually the data is the same. So the concepts are the same, just we have different, and we need to integrate it and link it. But just because we have this, how to say, different frequency of updates, so I really think that we need a bit, we need to have some, to be in the middle. I mean, to be a bit more flexible, but at the same time, make sure that we are not adding things which does not make sense.
Yeah, yes. So like the velocity of the change management, I mean, that should figure in the framework as well. I mean, it could be linked to versioning as well, you know, as one, you know, kind of SDMX aspect. I mean, of course, I didn't touch on that at all here. But yeah, they should be, you know, part of it really. I mean, I mentioned the versioning a little bit on the business process for the changes on the code lists, you know. So with a fast track change, there's no major change, no major version allowed. So everything has to be backwardsly compatible, but we should really kind of go further. So.
Yes, Edgardo.
Yeah, just a couple of comments. In our case, I don't think that we have a clear governance structure, although, of course, we do have some data governance, but it is short in scope because it's only in the Department of Statistics. So I would like to have a data governance formalization across the organization so that the master file of countries is the same for statistics than for the legal department. And this is not the fact in the ILO, and it's, I think, quite far from being a fact. But also in terms of formalization, although we have a somehow a single concept scheme that is used, but it is enforced by the systems and not by a formal structure that says that that area is responsible for the change. So I think that this is also something important that we don't have, at least at the ILO, a formal area that manages the data and metadata governance.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I mean, certainly this is abstract, right? You know, and it needs to be mapped onto an institutional setting. So, and this could be part of actually, you know, adopting the reference framework. I mean, like GSBPM and other things like that, you know, you got to kind of put it onto the institutional.
In fact, by the way, I think that it is the data governance is somehow in the middle between the overarching process of GSBPM and GAMSO. Mm-hmm. So it has the let's say the practical part, the implementation part is in the overarching processes, and the formalization part is in the GAMSO activities.
Okay.
Okay. Well, something that I see that is a commonality between Davis and Reha's presentation is the fact that to establish this data governance, data metadata governance framework, you need collaboration across teams. And this is something that we have seen also in other aspects of SDMX in previous sessions. So I will open the question for the floor to see if you see that as a big challenge to establish governance framework that need to have collaboration from different teams, subject matter experts, IT experts, etc. Yes, Jennifer.
Thank you. For our project, our metadata translation project, one of the strengths of using SDMX and the strength of our project is that we are collaborating across so many different teams, different institutions, different areas of expertise, all contributing. But as a process, the project is quite small. And we don't have a formal data governance structure. And in order to develop one over time, I believe that one needs to start developing norms of expected behavior and the best way to go forward. And this is challenging when you're working across teams with different levels of expertise of what are like priority issues and what is the best way to address them. So I think that this is a challenge for any kind of data ecosystem where you're working with multiple institutions and levels of expertise. But I think in particular for our project, we're doing our best to establish norms and provide suggestions, but we don't have a formalized structure yet. We just have examples of how we have made it work in the past. So I'm interested to hear what other people have to say about developing these norms of behavior and testing and formalizing governance structures. Thank you.
Thank you. Very good. Anyone else wants to share some experience or have answers for Jennifer? David, any final remarks before we go to a break?
Well, just to say, I think in the working groups that I showed, it's mainly content specialists, like subject matter experts in those working groups. But you need at least kind of one SDMX expert, in that group to make sure that what they want is kind of compatible with the standard. So yeah, just to say that. But I think in the working groups and the community of practice, you need quite a kind of horizontal experience between IT, metadata, and subject matter. Publication department as well is really good to have. What should be the terms, the proper terms used, maybe even legal. When it comes to like country labels and things like that. So having a really good kind of cross section of experience in these groups works really well.
Yes, Rafael.
Maybe just to follow up on the comment made on what are the experiences on behavior and so on. If I can maybe share one activity, what we do is that for newcomers, we basically hand out a document which describes the data governance principles. So things like, data as an asset, data as an owner, data has, shared value, data is accessible, and all these things. Yeah. So, and we try to, in this way, and there is more description behind each principle to explain exactly how we as an organization actually see data and how we want to handle the data, etc. And with this, we basically try to establish, this behavior, the best practice using data. Yeah. If you want, I can give you a document and show you how it looks like. Then maybe you can use this. Yeah. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Rafael. Any other comments? If not, then let's take a 15 minutes break, and then we come back at 10:40. Thank you.
We ask all the attendants and the moderator and speakers to please come inside the room, please. We ask you to please take your seats. We are about to start. Thank you.
Right. Second round of the session. So for the second round of the session, we will continue our discussion with a presentation by Tawisab Shrikwan. She will make her presentation remotely. And Tawisab works at the National Statistical Office of Thailand as director of the Social Information Group, with the activities to integrate statistical data for the social, natural resources, and environmental domains, and to promote the use of statistics and information for planning and evidence-based decision-making. Tawisab has a master in applied statistics. Tawisab, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you very much. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you
Okay.
very well.
Okay, thank you. I would like the host to share my screen. Is it okay? Or I have to share by myself?
Just a second, they are pulling up the presentation for you. And I
Thank
will
you.
be
Thank you.
moving the slides, so you can let me know when you want to move to the next slide.
Thank you. Okay, thank you. Thank you very much for the introduction. My name is Tawisab Srichwan from the National Statistical Office of Thailand. First of all, I would like to thank the organizer and SDMX sponsors for giving me the honor to attend the 11th SDMX expert meeting and share Thai NSO experience in the topic data and metadata governance. Next slide, please. I begin with the introduction of the Thai NSO and the government data service framework. After that, following with implement the SDMX and challenges. The last one is the next step of Thai NSO. Next slide, please. I'd like to brief some background information of Thai NSO. Thailand has a decentralized statistical system with the Thai NSO as the central body responsible for collecting basic statistical data, while other government agencies issue their own statistical data, which is mostly used for internal purposes. Next slide, please. In 2011, as part of the UNSD DFID project, Thai NSO implement SDMX standard for the first time to exchange MDG indicators. From 2013 to 2017, SDMX implement as part of Thailand's Statistical System Master Plan, and now implementing the SDMX standard as part of the Government Data Service Framework for the mutual benefit of government agencies. Next, please. Since 2020, Thai NSO has adopted the data governance framework. It's consisting of data governance structure, definitions and rules, and data governance processes. We established the Data Governance Council, which comprises the Chief Data Officer be the chairperson of the council, and all the division directors are members of the council. Under the council, we established the 3 working groups, which are the business data steward, the quality data steward, and the technical data steward. For the mission of statistic exchange is in charge by the Government Strategic Information Center. This is my division. We develop and maintain the structural metadata and collaborate with the subject matter. Currently, there is a few meetings to discuss with SDMX, with the business data steward team and technical data steward team, to drive for using SDMX standard for disseminating and releasing the statistical table in SDMX CSV format. This is a big change for subject matter, and Thai NSO. We take a lot of time for discussing. Next slide, please. As part of the NSO data exchange and sharing, the SDMX standards is a key component for aligning with the NSO data governance policy. Why SDMX? Because SDMX is an ISO standard that is compatible with fundamental principle of official statistics and GSBPM. UN Statistical Commission recognized SDMX as the preferred standard. Many open source and user-friendly applications developed by SDMX sponsors, reducing the reporting burden on the subject matters. SDMX is an important mechanism for data sharing. SDMX improves coherence. Next, please. With this regard, in 2019, there was a steering committee for policy implementation to utilize big data, data centers, and cloud computing to implement the national big data policy and set the government data service framework. For the big data ecosystem consists of 6 key components. I would like to talk about the 3rd component, data catalog. Regarding the component on data catalog, Thai NSO has played a leading role on developing and overseeing the government data catalog and directory services. Next, please. We started the process of data catalog and divide it into 4 parts. Previous slide, maybe. Okay. Let me talk about the first part. TNSO has promoted and supported each government agency of both central and provincial level to set their agency data catalog, which was constructed using the CCAN OpenD and the Thai GDC extension. For this objective, we would like the government agency can point and share data files from their single source of truth. Now there are 156 government agencies and 76 provinces, including Bangkok, has the same data catalog platform. For the second part, Government Data Catalog, or in short, GD Catalog, is directly linked with the agency data catalog owned by each government agency of both central and provincial levels. Therefore, the arrangement and implementation of government data catalog have proved that coordination and collaboration with relevant line ministry are very important. Moreover, legislative provisions and institutional mechanisms are also crucial for making the government data catalog in place. Next, the third part is the critical point for our process. Since most data files are statistical data and come in different formats and different codes from different government agencies, TNSO has practiced converting statistical data files from various formats into the SDMX format for use in the statistic sharing hub for the mutual advantage among government agencies. And the last part, the statistical data in the statistic sharing hub will be ready to use as a global standard that user can export and use data in a variety of forms. And the stat suite can be automatically interfaced with various software. Next, please. This slide shows the variety of statistical data files format from all government agency and 76 provinces in the government data catalog website. We utilize the code list in the following order: SDMX, starting from the SDMX Global Registry, National, Ministry, and Department. After that, we got the SDMX CSV file. Next, please. Thai NSO is currently producing and maintaining all SDMX artifacts on its own. Next year, we have planned to employ a university expert to speak with government agencies about the importance of machine-readable data file and explain how the structure file is created using the SDMX standard. Next, please. We disseminated the SDMX dataset via stathub.nso.go.th, or the name is Statistic Sharing Hub. Next, please. Thank you. The main challenges are a lack of communication and public relation about SDMX benefit with policymakers, executives, and users about how SDMX supports data governance. Government agencies require easily readable documentation for non-experts in order to promote the use of SDMX, including Thai language documentation. Data providers refuse to change their processes in order to use the SDMX standard. Personal skill gaps and knowledge transfer. The readiness of human resources and infrastructure of statistical units. Next, please. Thank you. Usually, TNSO takes a lot of time and staff to collect statistical data files from the government data catalog and convert them to SDMX CSV format. So the next step, TNSO will begin the data integration project in this fiscal year for developing a system to support government agencies to restructure their data files to be the standard format files and ready to exchange on Statistic Sharing Hub. Next slide, please. In addition, TNSO is going to learn and try the way to exchange metadata of CCAN OpenD by using reference metadata registry. Next, please. As part of SDMX conclusion, SDMX has an information model and tools to support data and metadata governance. SDMX is a solution for harmonizing and automating data and metadata exchange. SDMX improves business processes, supports modernization, trust, and provides access to global community, common statistical concept and sharing support coordination among government agencies. address data sharing needs while preserving individual data confidentialities and ensuring use for statistical purposes. Before I'm going to the end of my presentation, on behalf of TNSO, I would like to thank UNSD, ILO, ADB, UNSCAP, the team from .StatSuite and metadata technology to give us many key advice to run SDMX standard in TNSO. I believe that in the SDMX community, sharing knowledge and experience as well as fostering collaboration will enhance and strengthen our statistical capabilities, leading to further development in the future. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you very much, Tawisa, for this very interesting presentation, very rich. Now we will open the floor for questions. Yes, Jonathan.
So yes, Jonathan from the OECD. Kubunkap for the presentation. You mentioned one of the challenges it was on your slides, and something we actually discussed on day one a lot about the translated guidelines and documentation to support implementation. So I'm wondering, my question is like, how did you deal with this issue? And both within the Thai statistical office, but also within the wider statistical system.
I understand your question that you asked about the Thai development. Pardon?
Yeah, so my question is around the challenges around the lack of translated XDMX guidelines and documentation, and how did you deal with this, both within your organization, but also when you were dealing with the wider statistical system within Thailand?
For the documentation in Thai language and Thai documentation, we learning by doing step by step, and we set the practice, and we learn from the Eurostat tutorial also to how to use SDMX and how to create SDMX artifact and many tools from sdmx.org. And we, when we understand, we will translate and share together, because of the different of person, different education. Maybe they have understand for the different meaning. We talk a lot to share our understand, our experience, and make the Thai documentation. That's it.
Thank you. Just, would you be willing to share that translated documentation back to the community?
Yes, sure.
Well? Okay.
Yes,
thank you.
yes, sure.
Yes, very good. Any other questions? Yes.
It's Krzysztof Gołębiowski from the Polish Ministry of Finance. Thank you for a very interesting presentation. I'm very glad to see how advanced you are in adopting SDMX, not just inside the National Statistical Office, but also to to integrate other government bodies or agencies. And I have a question. Could you elaborate more on the process of converging or convincing the other agencies that still use old non-SDMX file formats to go to SDMX? Do you have extra resources provided on a central level or federal level, or the agencies have to do it on their own? So I would like to tell me more about, the whole process, how it's going to be organized. It's very interesting for me.
Thank you very much. I think this problem, every country found this problem. For the first time, we started from the agency data catalog, and agency data catalog has 5 types of data. Most of them are statistical data and with a different format. First, we put all together every statistical data file in one place, and in one place it means GD catalog. GD catalog is the center from agency data catalog. When we collect all for the one place and we restruct them with SDMX standard. To drive government agency to put their statistical table to agency data catalogs. There are key performance indicator of government agency to drive them to put their data, to disseminate, to sharing the important data file to their own platform. This is the like a KPI from the government agency, that this government agency can compile other government to put their data in the agency data catalog. I'm not sure this is the answer of your question.
Thank you, but I think I'm more interested in the process that is going on, because on your slide there is something about project data integration, and I mean the plan. How if you are planning to provide resources for other government bodies to to use SDMX instead of their the previous file formats. So how would you cope with that?
Okay, thank you. This is our project. Next, this fiscal year started from December 2022 to next year, December 2023. This project we set to 5 systems, like there are data feeding system, data set preparation, data set loader, and we have planned to use the RPA robot process automation to use to like replace, copy paste, replace, copy paste, replace, and connect with the SDMX registry. Something like that. I'm not a technician, but I describe for the framework that we plan to do. And we would like to take this system to share for government agency also, because they can use this process to make their non-machine readable file to machine readable file. I think this project is very useful for everybody and the government agencies. I can answer that at least 5 systems in this project.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Very good question. Jonathan? Okay.
Sorry to take the floor again, but
Okay.
just so you mentioned a few tools. You had Fusion there and some other XMX tools. I know you're using .stat, for example. I just wondered what your decision process was around them and the usage of them, and how easy was it for you to sort of adopt them and use them in this process? And is it within just the Thai office you're using these, or are you really sort of using it within your wider statistical system?
For the .stat suite, my director, he ordered one staff to write the Thai documentation already, how to use the .stat suite in Thai version. and he tried to connect the I can remember the name. Terrorist is the is the map application to connect with the Stat Hub to the Stat Suite and share the location from the statistical data file to the map. I'm not sure I can answer you that.
It was more the decision process around the tools, and was there particular criteria you were basing your decisions on?
For choosing the Stat Suite, it depends on the director. He tried a lot of tools and he make decision to choose the Stat Suite because of the can answer any solution that TNSO faced the problem before, something like that.
Another request then on the documentation, you said you translated or created a user guide in Thai, so we'd be happy to receive that back as well as part of the core.
Right. Well, I see that there will be bilateral conversations between Jonathan and Tawisap. Very good. Any other questions? Floor? No. Well, I have one question, Tawisap. This is something that very caught my attention, and I really would like to know a little bit more about that. And it's I saw that under the TNSO data governance framework, you showed that you have in place data governance metrics. I don't know if you can share with us a little bit on how do you measure success of the data governance framework? Like any particular example that you can share on that?
I'm sorry, I don't understand data governance metric or something.
Yes, in the diagram where you show how the TNSO data governance framework is structured, there is an item on data governance metrics and success measures. So I'm just wondering how would you measure the success of the data governance framework? What would be the metric for that? If you can share that information.
You mean slide number 9 metric sheet, something like that? That's it?
Yes.
Okay. First of all, we set the target or important issue before, and we collect from different government agency. For example, we interested about the labor, and we collect the statistical data from the government agency that has a mission about labor, and we set the when we collect already, we set the metric sheet and find the same dimension, the same attribute, and measure. And after that, we try to group for the concept scheme and data structure. After that, we collect their data to be the SDMX CSV and mapping by the Stat Suite. Yes.
Okay. Very good. Thank you. Thank you so much. All right. So thank you, Tawisap. Now let's move on to our fourth and last presentation of the session. And for that, we have Glenn Tice. Glenn is a program manager at the BIS, where he leads development of the SDMX software and project manage the SDMX 3.0 release. So if you really like SDMX 3.0, you can thank Glenn for that, for pushing the project forward. And he's a computer scientist by profession. Glenn, the floor is yours.
Thank you. And if you don't like SDMX3, then you can blame the technical working group. So David started this session by looking at governance frameworks, but this piece is about the tools needed to support that. And specifically, SDMX metadata registries, which play a really important role in data and metadata governance systems. So the slide here is entitled Fusion Metadata Registry. I'm going to refer to FMR throughout the sort of presentation, but fundamentally applies to any SDMX metadata registry. You know, there are others around and tools that sort of support that use case as well. Now, interestingly, of course, the concept of a metadata registry as a special place in SDMX. In fact, there's a section 5 of the technical specifications is dedicated to the definition of what a SDMX metadata registry is, what its interfaces are. So the idea of a metadata registry is really sort of embedded within the technical standards and within the heart of SDMX. Now, most of us are going to be aware of services like the SDMX Global Registry. There are others, the Eurostat Registry I saw in the last presentation, the Thai Stats Office's public registry as well. So the case particularly for the Global Registry is fairly clear cut. I think everybody understands what its purpose is and what it's there for. But the question I really wanted to explore is, what's the business case for individual organizations to implement a metadata registry service within their own infrastructure, within their own solutions, as part of their statistics production services? So let's remind ourselves really what SDMX is. And of course, I mean, everyone in the room is going to be familiar with, you know, the key parts of the SDMX standard. There are critically the transmission formats that we know and love, the XML and the CSV. There is the REST API, and that has a number of facets to it. The data query, part of that, the metadata query interface. The metadata maintenance interface was something that was added in SDMX3 and was long awaited. The data maintenance REST API interfaces was supposed to be in SDMX3, but didn't quite make it and will hopefully come pretty shortly. But there's something that sort of really draws all of this together. And the thing which is at the center of SDMX is this meta model, the meta model for modeling statistics domains, and that's the thing that really draws SDMX together. It's the thing which defines the version number of SDMX. So when we talk about SDMX 2, 2.1, and 3, what we're actually talking about is the version of the meta model. And of course, you probably spotted that the REST API has its own versioning number as well. Prior to SDMX3, the REST API was version 1. The REST API in SDMX3 is version 2, and simply for the transmission formats. So when we talk about SDMX, the thing which is really at the center of the thing is this meta model for it, and that's the defining function, defining feature of it. So the power of SDMX lies in this meta model. Why is that the case? Well, there are alternatives available, of course. I mean, you don't have to use SDMX, and of course, prior to SDMX, you know, different meta models were used and probably still are for modeling statistical domains and other domains as well. And there are alternatives. One of those is the common warehouse meta model, which is defined and managed by the object management group. Quite a sophisticated meta model, not dissimilar to SDMX in some ways, but the one that virtually everyone is going to be familiar with, and is arguably the one which is sort of most used for sort of general modeling use cases everywhere, is of course the relational meta model, and everyone generally is going to be familiar with this, with its relations, its tuples, its attributes. But of course, if you work in SDMX, if you work in SQL, in MySQL or in Oracle or in SQL Server, you'll probably know those as tables, columns, and rows. So this is perfectly possible. there's absolutely no reason why statistical data domains cannot be modeled in using the relational meta model. Many people do, but SDMX comes with its own meta model, and it's an alternative to the relational meta model. It's alternative to the other meta models like the Common Warehouse model, and of course that wins because its meta model is designed specifically for modeling statistical data domains, and that's why we use it. That's why it has such ubiquity for the statistical domains that we're in, because it's designed specifically for modeling that, and of course it contains all the artifacts that we know. And in SDMX3 the model was extended. It's extended with a lot of new artifacts. The model particularly was extended to support microdata, to support extensions of code lists and things. So the model changes, but critically it wins because the meta model is specifically designed for the domain that we're in. So we've chosen SDMX because this provides us with a better meta model than things like the relational meta model. So we've now got a bunch of statisticians, metadata managers, and everyone churning out artifacts, churning out our own models, and it raises a problem. Where are we going to put all of those assets? How are we going to manage all of those assets? And how are they going to be governed? So it's very easy to draw these things on pieces of paper. It's very easy to conceptualize these things. But at some point, they have to be stored somewhere. They have to be managed. They have to be materialized. So there's a very specific need here, which is in some ways slightly different from the relational model, because obviously if you're using Oracle or you're using SQL Server or other tools like that, then the modeling kind of comes part of the package. You know, create your tables in SQL Server or in Oracle, then they kind of exist within there. But obviously within our domain, we have a slightly different problem, because obviously the modeling is a very key part of the statistical production process, and it produces some assets that we need to do something with, and we need to have a way of managing those. So let's look at a few options. So there are many options here, some which have sort of already been discussed, some which has already been outlined in the previous presentations. But let's start and have a look at some ways where that we can actually manage and store that metadata. And probably one is it's just embedded within the application code. So it's very easy, obviously, in Python to write a validator for a statistical data set where the codes that you are validating are just hard-coded into Python. So it's not unexpected and not even unreasonable in some cases to keep the metadata within the code, within Python, within R, something like that. It's perfectly understandable if you've got perhaps a frequency dimension in your data to code in A for annual and M for monthly and Q for quarterly, etc. within the Python. So it's not unexpected to find metadata, structural metadata embedded in application code. Another alternative is within what I've called generic files, so particularly Excel files, Word files, and I think David mentioned this in his presentation in their sort of model and governance framework, where in fact the modeling is often done, the metadata is often materialized as Excel, and in this case I think stored in GitLab, if I remember rightly. But obviously store it in files, then you know, there's many different tools like SharePoint or GitLab or GitHub, or even just sort of shared file services where it can be stored. So generic files, perfectly reasonable, nothing wrong with that in some circumstances. Want to be a little bit more sophisticated, and rather than using Excel or Word, we can perhaps start using SDMX files. So SDMX ML, XML, or JSON structure files. There is a nice way there where structures can be stored either in sort of individually in individual XML files or messages, or even aggregated together into a single file. So I think it was mentioned perhaps in the presentation on Monday or Tuesday, a way of sort of maintaining your structures in just a single XML file. You can basically have your entire data model in one XML file, and again store that either on SharePoint or store it on GitLab or another place. So another reasonable option for storing and sort of maintaining the metadata artifacts which are created. Maybe a little bit more structured and sophisticated, then we can consider creating a SQL database. We could consider using a relational database to actually store our metadata in. It's perfectly easy to think about creating a database model with a table for code lists and a table for concepts and a table for DSDs in some particular way. So if you have a mind to, and again, probably many people have actually done this in their implementations, is to design a relational database for actually storing and managing your metadata. So that's perfectly possible as well. But we can go sort of one step further beyond that, and rather than creating a relational database which models the SDMX meta model in relations in tables, then we can use, I mean, what you would arguably call an SDMX meta database. In other words, a database that, rather than using the relational meta model, uses the SDMX meta model. So if you crack the thing open, rather than seeing tables and columns and rows, you're going to see DSDs and concepts and code lists and so on and so forth. So, and in fact, of course, we know this as an SDMX metadata registry, of which FNR is an example. So there are a number of ways, and I mean, in principle, any of these are practical. There's no need to sort of go for the gold-plated solution here. Storing structures in generic files, storing them in GitLab or something like that can work particularly can work well in certain circumstances as such. But these particular options can be ordered in order of practice, sort of structure and control. So while obviously embedding your code lists in application code is possibly okay in certain circumstances, it's kind of uncontrolled. It's hard to manage. Whereas obviously if we sort of move more towards the SDMX metadata end, then obviously this becomes a very structured way of managing and maintaining the metadata. So the presentation was sort of headed business case. So let's start to talk about sort of the business case in particular for implementing that sort of optimal solution, the top solution that we saw previously, the SDMX metadata base or the SDMX metadata registry. So what's the business case for going for this as opposed to some of these other options? Well, as with any business case, it hinges really on a balance between two things, on the cost and of course the benefits, and not just the benefits in terms of it's really good and people like it, but because we work in a world ruled by the accountants, then these have to be monetized benefits. So these have to be things that we can put cash values against them. So let's explore that a little bit further. And we're going to start by sort of looking at the benefits. So what are the benefits of an SDMX metadata registry? Well, deploying a registry, something like FMR, really provides two things. It provides externalization and it provides centralization. And by externalization, what I mean is the ability to extract all of that metadata out of departmental silos, out of app code, out of spreadsheets that may be sitting on people's PCs or sitting on departmental shared drives or whatever else, extracting that and centralizing that, consolidating it, consolidating our data modeling assets into a centralized managed resource. So bringing it all together, getting rid of those silos, whether they be departmental or whether they be personal silos, and bringing them into some sort of centralized control. And critically, what that gives us is a single source of truth. So once we have these things centrally, certainly the shared stuff, the metadata which is useful to everyone, bringing that out centrally, then it gives us this single source of truth. And that's the thing that really drives the value. So the single source of truth really drives the value, and some of these we've obviously already spoken about in the governance framework work discussions. Gives us critically reuse. So people have created useful DSDs, they've created code lists. No point in recreating those, no point in multiple teams sort of trying to manage the same things. Like the units of measure, of course, you know, there's why have multiple definitions of units of measure. Reuse really important, maintainability as well. So centralized control, then certainly if things like code lists are in some sort of structured format within a centralized repository, then they're going to be a lot more maintainable than if they're actually within application code. And it was interesting to see in the presentation yesterday, which is about the Bank of Lithuania's use case for reporting and a credit. I think there was a example where the validation was done as XML XSD schema files, and as far as I understand from that, the actual metadata was embedded within those schema files. So that's an example. Probably perfectly reasonable for the Bank of Lithuania, but quite hard to maintain because obviously you have to crack open that schema file and modify the codes if you want to change the validation there. So central to this, though, is governance. The title of this session is about governance, so data and metadata governance, and of course in this context, it's about gaining control. It's about organizations gaining control over their data, gaining control over their metadata as well. And so critically, obviously, a single source of truth, centralized and control, is really crucial in driving the governance policies that your organization wants to put into place. Standardization probably speaks for itself. Every department is using, all the statisticians are using the same principles and metadata models, and standardization is really helpful, and of course harmonization. So harmonization we've spoken about before, harmonization of concepts. If it's all together, then obviously we can harmonize concepts together. So data sets produced by different parts of the organization are interoperable because of course they're using common concepts. So really drives the utility of some of these data sets. So good, that's it, we're done. Okay, right? No. So these are useful, but as I said, because the world is driven by accountants, we need to put some cash value against these sort of things. So what really is the value that we can put some sort of cash against? Well, I'll press the right button. Here we go. Arguably, there's a couple of possibly more sort of key monetized benefits we can identify out of this things that actually drive real cash values that the accountants can take account of, and probably the main one of those is efficiencies. So obviously with reuse, efficiencies are obvious. Maintainability again drives efficiencies, and so on and so forth. Harmonization as well. Quality as well. Quality can be monetized. Obviously, the drive to deliver better quality statistics. I mean, at its sort of simplest level, perhaps. Obviously, if quality is baked in from the start, then there may be sort of reduced cycles to improve that quality. And there may be other monetized benefits. I mean, risk is one. Having a single source of truth and sort of centralizing your metadata in a metadata registry, maybe there's risk reduction there as well, which can be monetized. So here's a benefits framework that actually sort of delivers and can be used to calculate and monetize benefits here. So let's turn perhaps to the costs side. So the other side of the equation here then. So what have we got on the cost side? So costs generally arise from the operating model needed to operate a centralized registry service. So obviously, as anyone knows from any sort of size of organization, these services are generally centralized, run by central IT. There are various costs associated with that. So there's a couple of aspects here. Well, there's the people cost. Clearly, obviously, if you're implementing a new sort of centralized service, then there's a team needed to manage that. There's a metadata management team. Certainly, there's a systems administration team. There's going to be user training associated with that as well. All of these things come with costs. On the processes aspect, obviously, we've got the processes and guidelines. We spoke about, whether these things are written down, whether they're enshrined some way within the organization. Again, somebody has to manage that. There are costs associated with that, and particularly the policies and the governance rules. So obviously, this is precisely what David was talking about. It's actually creating those frameworks, maintaining those frameworks, enforcing those frameworks, which come with costs. Of course, as well, there's the technology, the hosting of the tools, choice of whether it's on-prem or whether it's cloud, but nevertheless, there is going to be cost associated with hosting that metadata service. And obviously, if the organization is serious about this, then of course, it needs to be done properly. There needs to be maintenance, there needs to be security, there needs to be backup, there needs to be disaster recovery. So all of that comes with a cost that needs to be accounted for. And last but by no means least, no one or few people generally are starting from a blank sheet. So there is going to be a change program. There's going to be a migration from some existing process, some existing state to a new operating model as such. And of course, change is not free. So we have to factor in the cost of change here as well. So let's start sort of looking at the sum. So what might this look like if we actually start to add up what those costs and benefits look like? Well, it's probably not unsurprising that cost is a function of the size and complexity of the organization and the use case. Obviously, if you've got more metadata, more complex requirements, then the cost to create, to install, and to maintain and manage your structured metadata service, your metadata registry service, whether that be one central metadata registry, whether it actually be maybe multiple metadata registries, where one for each individual department, or maybe a metadata registry which is partitioned logically into different areas for different departments. But nevertheless, it's not unsurprising to see that the cost of implementing a centralized metadata registry service is probably going to be a function. It's probably going to increase with the size and complexity of the use case. But also benefits as well. So, we spotted in the benefits map that the benefits largely arise from efficiencies, they arise from quality, and of course, efficiencies are going to largely come from larger organizations with larger teams for whom the benefits of collaboration, for the benefits of perhaps of sharing and reuse become larger. So, I mean, what we can see here, sort of not unsurprisingly, is that there is a break-even point. So below a certain level, the cost of implementing and maintaining a proper SDMX centralized metadata registry is not free. And there are going to be benefits, but maybe those benefits are not sufficient really to justify the cost of that. As we move towards the larger and more sophisticated end of the scale, then of course the benefits of the larger teams, the efficiencies and things largely start to outweigh the cost. So the conclusions of the headline that we've already seen at the top there, benefits outweigh costs for larger statistics production use cases, and largely on the scale of the use case is going to drive how strong the case is. Okay, so let's sum up. So we choose SDMX because of its unique meta model, and its unique meta model is better for modeling statistical domains than alternative meta models like the object management groups meta model or the relation meta models. The gold standard is probably essential metadata registry service using something like FMR. And there is a strong case for that. It looks like there is a strong case for that for more complex organizations and more complex use cases. For others, though, there may be better alternatives, and those alternatives may be some of the ones that we've already heard. Something like managing them as XML files or Excel files and storing them on Git or storing them on SharePoint or other services like that. So I think what this is trying to do is just provide a framework, and it really answers the question for organizations: what should I be doing here? Should I be implementing this? Is this something that everyone should do? Well, not necessarily. It's a really good option, but you need to look at the business case for it, and there are different options. You don't have to go for this. If it makes sense, then go for it. If not, use something else. So I think that's the overall sort of conclusion here. Do the sums, find out whether it works for you. So I just want to close by returning the Fusion metadata registry, which is sort of where we came in. Yes, Fusion metadata registry is designed for large and sophisticated organizations. You need an enterprise grade metadata registry. So it works really well for that. I mean, it's designed for that. It powers the global registry. I think we saw it on the Thai Stats office's presentation there. They're using it as their centralized registry as well. So that's what it's designed for. That's its primary function. But it also supports other functions as well, and such as structure authoring. You can use it as a structure authoring and maintenance tool. It comes with these data processing functions as well. So it's not just the metadata registry, it's actually got some built-in processing functions. So it's really useful for data validation, conversion and mapping. I think the OECD are using this, if I remember rightly, as part of their production for the mapping, if I remember rightly. So data processing functions as well, and equally well as a personal structure store and workbench. So statisticians can easily deploy it for storing structures, working on structures, maintaining structures, and that works really well and can be deployed very simply in 10 minutes using Docker. So that's all. I think it may be time for a Mentimeter question, if we're ready, Slatina. So very quick question, very simple question. Does your organization use a central SDMX metadata registry? 3 possible answers: yes, no, and plan to. So it looks like yes is winning, which is really exciting to see. Probably not unsurprising, seeing as this is the experts group. So no and plan to. Oh, plan to is perfect. Is there anyone who does not implement a metadata registry and does not plan to? Maybe we should have added that as a question. No one's going to admit to it. To the four who have answered no, is there anyone in the room who would like to expand on that? What alternatives they're using at the moment? Has anyone answered no in the room? Ah, Edgardo. No microphone. Is there a microphone, please, for Edgardo? Oh, here he comes. Yes. Port napping.
Yeah, well, in our case, we have a central registry kind of, but it's based on our own back office that is not an SDMX system. So the idea of using an SDMX registry has a lot of benefits for us. Good have. This is why I put plan to. The difficulty is how to switch from the metadata registry that we have to the registry in quotes, but the metadata repository that we have today that serves our back office that is a proprietary system to turn into a SDMX registry and continue operating the back office. So this is the backwards compatibility that should be solved.
Yeah, so that's really interesting. So you've obviously looked at the business case, whether explicitly or implicitly, looked at that cost of change and said it does not the cost of change does not justify us moving to a specific SDMX registry. That's perfectly valid, of course.
If I may, I would like to add something. I think it was very interesting your analysis of cost benefit. Thank you for that. And while looking at the graph, I think that there is something missing there. That is the fact that when you don't have a harmonized concept scheme, or harmonized set of concepts, let's even keep SDMX aside, when you don't have a metadata registry, it is usual that the errors or the mistakes are found by your final users. And the errors comes to be issues of comparability or misleading interpretation of the information because you have two concepts that seems to be the same but are really different, and this is not clearly advertised. And that harms your reputation. And this is, I would say, priceless, like Mastercard says. So that is something that is very difficult to evaluate in terms of money and really harms.
Yeah, precisely, and in fact, that probably falls into that risk cost category, which maybe I should have added onto there as well. But yes, absolutely. So costs do not necessarily accrue directly to the organisation. Costs may accrue to others. Costs may accrue to end users. But they're costs and should ideally be taken into account. But yes, absolutely. The avoidance of the risk of reputational damage is probably quite high, and there are tools and techniques for sort of monetizing that if you want to actually sort of do a full quantified analysis of that. So yeah, that's a really good point. Thank you, Edgardo. So with that, Yemi, I'll hand back to you.
Oh, thank you, Glenn. Yep, David.
Yeah. So thanks a lot, Glenn. So on one of your earlier slides, you talked about the like file format for storage, or the storage type for structural metadata, and you presented it as about one of 5 types, but I think it's quite a bit more complicated than that, because I think that the storage type should actually fit the stage in the life cycle of your metadata, right? So because what we do is, while the metadata is being designed, especially in the working groups, we need something quite visual. So you can put it up on the screen with the statisticians, and you can say, these are the code lists, and this is how they relate to the DSDs and things like that. And this came from the global DSDs, Daniel. So we use the matrix generator for that because it's a very kind of visual thing. And we use we use the matrix generator and it's Excel. And we store it in GitLab and we version it and we raise issues on it and things like that. So, but of course, there's no way that you would kind of manage your kind of final structural metadata like that. But the thing is, so in going from design to final, you usually need to have some experimentation with what you're working on. So, you may want to have a DSD where and some data where you put up the new code list, and then you need a presentation tool, right? So, and obviously we use like .stat suite. So yeah, I mean, we use the FMR, but it's more for kind of like the mapping and the authoring of structure sets and that. So just saying, it's not quite as simple as just saying, well, use this for all of your life cycle stages. So I thought, just kind of add that. So thanks.
Yeah, really interesting, and in fact, obviously, what that highlights is that the options that you choose may actually change throughout the statistical life cycle. So I guess probably what I'm talking about here is the final artifacts, the final result of that modeling exercise. Because I think, David, what you're talking about is there is a modeling exercise that is gone through, which may be iterative and starts off fairly unstructured in a collaborative way, but obviously the ultimate thing is some really structured artifacts, a really solid model. And because we're here talking about SDMX, those ideally would be the SDMX artifacts. But yeah, for sure. Again, not a one size fits all. Excel and other tools may well be the right thing to use earlier on in the design lifecycle.
I see Jonathan first, and then Daniel.
So thank you for the presentation, Glenn. Just maybe I didn't see on the slides, but maybe there's additional business value there to think about, and also about maybe on a functional technical level, for example, connectivity for a standard API, and also querying and flexibility of the querying and sort of being able to retrieve the references more easily, and maybe comparison of these and things like that. Also, maybe building a bit on what Edgardo said. I mean, the slide you had on the break-even points, it may mislead the message there. I'm a bit, it's sort of, I don't know whether this is intentional, but it's sort of saying if you're a small organization, then it's maybe not worth doing this. But then, if that's the case, then how do you actually manage the sort of concept shared code lists and etc. and things like this for your organization, and the benefits of the data and harmonization that come with that. I mean, what about the measurement of quality? I mean, this is what Edgardo is saying. I mean, should we actually think should we be measuring that? It should be, a must, good quality data and harmonized data. Maybe just a additional point. I mean, maybe it's quite interesting what you've done here, and maybe this we could do a similar approach for the data, exercise. So, what is the cost benefits of some organization implementing a data warehouse, for the data storage and harmonization of that, along with the structures?
Yeah, thank you. So, I mean, this is relatively simplistic. Obviously, it just provides a relatively high business case framework. But I mean, the point is that if for small organisations or small teams, perhaps there's sort of 1 or 2 or 3 people as such. What tools do you need? Clearly, obviously, sort of sharing and reuse happens sort of by default, I guess, within small teams. I mean, I guess the point is that as was sort of pointed out at the very head of the presentation, there is that the idea of a structural metadata registry is embedded. It's actually part of the SDMX specification, and maybe that sends sort of like a confusing message to organizations about you should be doing this. This is what you should be doing. And I think the point of this is that make a rational judgment about it, and deploying a registry service within an organization and because many people come from larger organizations. You'll know what that means. You know, you have to go to central IT. There are not insignificant costs involved with spinning up a registry service, whether it be a public one on the cloud or whether it be within your own infrastructure. There are costs. These things don't come for free. The point, the message is quite simple. Is that an SDMX metadata registry like FMR, deploying that as a centralized service does come with a load of benefits. The harmonization benefits, the reuse benefits are all very well understood, but make a rational judgment about it. Go through the process and look at what the cost benefit are, and see whether that's the right option.
Yes, Daniel.
Yeah, thank you, Glenn, very much. I mean, I take one comment from the chat yet before with Edgardo on if you're not managing your metadata with SDMX, you risk reputational damage of the organization, right? But to be more serious, not so much a question than a plea. I think like we are talking now about promoting further that people manage things in the registries. And I think it's time that from the governance perspective, we get the act together and finally enable the federation function in the global registry. I mean, it's not any more funny because we discussed it since several years. And I think it's paramount for discoverability of SDMX data, for sharing metadata across, that we get kind of this role into the global registry, that we have unique identifiers for maintenance agencies, that we have references from the global registry to the kind of publicly available SDMX metadata from all the organizations that have their own registries, that don't manage it in the global registry directly, where we have only global and kind of cross-domain artifacts. So I think it's really time, if we want to kind of bring the story of SDMX further, that we have a central point, which is the global registry, where I can discover all the things and reuse them seamlessly. And I don't think technically it's an issue. I saw that FMR can do it. We saw some installations of already kind of querying remote registry through the interface. I think it's more a question about finally enabling this functionality and having some guidelines around registering a registry in the global registry and having some governance around. But I think technically it's light and it will have a major impact. So maybe also a plea to the group to finally get the act together and work on it.
I see Edgardo has already got the mic.
I have been alluded, so I have to reply. So first of all, I didn't say that you need SDMX registry to manage metadata. I said that for not to harm your reputation, you need a metadata registry, not necessarily SDMX. Better if SDMX. And regarding the second point, this is in the agenda of the TWG. We're working on that. So finally, I hope that we will have something soon.
Well, I see Abdullah has a question.
Yes, thank you, Emil. And it's a question, not in particular to Glenn, but I think to the panel as a whole. So at this time, basically, we have, at least from everything I know, we have registries at two levels. We have organization registries and we have the global registries. Do you see other levels appearing in the future? And let me illustrate the example. So right now, the Thailand National Statistical Office, as it follows from Tawi Sab's presentation, runs a de facto Thailand's national registry. De facto, this is what it is. And suppose that the Ministry of Labor, with whom they have established data exchange, fully embrace SDMX, fully establish data exchange with the NSO and the ILO, and then they want to have their own registry. Then the technical issues also come into play, like, for example, what about the federation of the registries? So how do you see the future? What would be your expectations? How does it play out? Are we going to have more layers between the organization and the global registry? Or is it pretty much going to stay like this? I mean, we understand that, the challenges. I mean, if we all have, we all struggle to harmonize even at the level of the organization, as David's presentation illustrated. But at the same time, the benefit to the user would be enormous. So what are your views on this topic?
Who wants to go first?
Shall I start? My personal view on this is that probably a really good goal for this is really to try and end up with effectively a global consolidated data model, because obviously the interoperability of data sets produced by all the publishers throughout the world becomes a lot greater if there's obviously sort of complete harmonization between concepts, and there's also the benefits of reuse and so on and so forth. And I mean, we see this to obviously a certain extent within the Eurozone, obviously with the global DSDs. But you know, ideally, obviously, if there is a goal of some sort of almost globally complete data model, globally sort of recognized set of harmonized concepts that everybody disseminates their data to, then of course the data sets become immediately interoperable and arguably become a lot more valuable to those who are using it. How that's achieved, I don't have the answer to, but maybe obviously sort of federation of registries is certainly a step towards that.
Yeah, so adding different levels in the registries. I mean, I don't think that there's anything kind of stopping that right now, right? I mean, you can have a country registry, you can have the global registry, but you can also add kind of, you know, subnational levels, registries, and you know, other ones in between. So, for example, you know, the macroeconomic if they wanted to, the macroeconomic statistics group, then you know, they could have a registry, I think, if they wanted. Whether that's a good idea or not, it's probably not such a great idea to have too many registries. But this is, you know, when we have the federation of registries, I mean, hopefully that, you know, that would just change the whole model anyway to make it easier to manage. So something that I'd like to see is that the authoring element in the registry actually moves away. I mean, it'd be great if it's available in the cloud. Okay, so you know, you could effectively go to a website and do the authoring of SDMX metadata on a website without having to install a metadata application, a registry application to do that. I mean, this would be quite powerful, I think, especially with the features that are currently in the FMR, because they're great, you know. Yeah, I mean, sorry, that's all. I'm not sure if that answers the question, but
very good. So now, before we continue with the discussions and questions, we would like to run a last Mentimeter question to get your views on where organizations should put more emphasis when it comes to data and metadata governance in SDMX. We have DSDs, data structure definitions, metadata structure definitions, code lists, data flows, others, and you can select as much as you want. Let me answer myself. Okay, so there's a clear winner. So it seems that most of the audience believe that the emphasis for establishing governance and maintenance policies for SDMX artifacts to be around code lists mainly.
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I think that's not surprising. I mean, this is where we're aiming most of our governance at as well. But yeah, it's a shame we didn't also include their concept schemes, because that's another thing that we should really be kind of like promoting. Sorry. Okay. Yeah. But there's lots of other different kinds of artifacts as well. So maybe this should have been like have the whole information model on there or something. But then the bars would be really tiny. But yeah, so no surprises. But yeah, I see Abdullah, you've got your hand up.
Yeah, just a quick comment. I think it's very difficult or even impossible to separate, in this context, to separate concepts and code lists. Because yes, if you have pure concepts, then yeah, you can, you know, you can be treated independently. Like you have the list of concepts and the list of codes. But if in reality, just to get the example of unit of measure, if your unit of measure includes 5 concepts, or if, as the case for the SDGs, you have several mixed concepts, or let's take the case of the IMF ECOFIN DSD, then you can't manage the concept separately from the code list. You can have a code list, but you can't reuse it in a concept if it's mixed. So this is kind of a conundrum that is difficult to resolve, I think. Thank you.
No, you're absolutely right, and in fact, yeah, I mean, the working groups that I showed for the OECD, these are around concepts and code lists. However, concept schemes are a different thing. I mean, you know, your organization may try to, you know, centralize and share just a few concept schemes. Like you may say, okay, all of the shared concepts which are decided go into a single concept scheme, and this is reused over all of the DSDs. Or you could say, you know, for each group of DSDs for a domain, it has its own concept scheme, and that includes the reused concepts. Okay, so that's what I meant by concept schemes. But you're absolutely right. Your concepts really kind of go with the code list governance.
Edgardo, do you want to share more on why you picked the concept scheme as the one that organization should be putting more emphasis?
No, basically because both things are important, because these are 2 levels of harmonization. I mean, in my opinion, concepts come first. But it's true what Abdullah says, you cannot separate, because even if you have a perfect harmonized concept scheme, but then you have code lists that are associated at the local representation to these concepts, and you use 2 different code lists, you lose your harmonization. I mean, if you have sex in a global concept scheme for your organization, but then in the local representation of one DSD, you use a code list that has 1 and 2 for coding male and female, and another code list in another local representation use M and F, your harmonization is gone. So you have to take into account both levels, but concept schemes start first, and it's more usual or more difficult to harmonize concept in our experience than harmonize code list. If you convince your stakeholders to have a harmonized concept scheme, it's easier to put the code list together.
Yeah, so but this is why we always do it at the same time, concepts and code lists, and it may be harder, but you know, we insist that this is what we've got to do. So.
But by the way, I have a question for implementers, because you know, in SDMX, that is related to harmonization. In SDMX, you have the core representation and local representation to associate a code list with a concept. And maybe we are wrong, but we have seen that at least in the NSI web service or the SDMX source, it looks like the core representation is not working properly in some cases. I don't know if somebody has experienced the same problem, but what also we have seen is that most of us, we are using local representation always, what in fact attempts against the harmonization, because it would be better to enforce to use a core representation whenever it exists, because that ensures that the code list that will be used with a determined or with a certain concept will be always the same code list. So I don't know if in your case, Matt, you use core representation or.
Yeah, I guess it's a complication to the standard, right? That you can do it 2 ways. So your concept can say, I'm always coded like this, but then at the dimension level, you can say, well, actually, I'm coded like this. So you can kind of, in some ways, override the core representation. The FMR supports both, so you can do that, and of course the processes that run off of that, like the schema generation, the data validation, supports both ways. I guess the complication is probably for the end user to understand that you can kind of do it both ways and make a decision. But I don't know, when you say there's problems in SDMX source, maybe this is things which have been fixed subsequently. I don't know what the problems are.
I know in the NSI it supports both, so but it is underused. Agree with that.
If I could just say, so in the matrix generator, it just aligns the two, the core and the local, so it kind of gets rid of the complication. But obviously, you know, if somebody needs more flexibility, then I'll have to add a feature to the matrix generator. I think Abdullah's already asked for it, but
there's one complexity with the MSD actually, because you can have a concept in a metadata structure definition which is presentational only, and there's no real way of saying, well, I don't want to use your core representation. So actually in the MSD, I think it doesn't use the core representation, I think. And I'm not sure whether that's really part of the standard, but there's no way to kind of like unuse something. Yeah.
Abdullah, it's a comment.
Yeah, thanks. So I would just like to join Matt. It's when this feature was introduced, core representation, it seemed to me that this is just an additional complication. So now I have to look at two places to find out. I mean, and if you use core representation, then you have to look at two places to find out where the representation of your concepts actually comes from. We don't use it in the SDG DSD, but then there is, I mean, the implications need to be thought through, but what I know is this. I mean, at this time, we have the SDG DSD version 1.10 and the SDG concept scheme version 1.0. If we were using core representation, then presumably we would have SDG DSD version 1.10 and the concept scheme version 1.10. So it's an increased cost of maintenance, and it is a cost, especially if you encourage as we do, the countries to customize and to extend the data structure definition. And then what is the benefit? I mean, I can see the benefit. The benefit is harmonization. But in real life, often you are not there yet. That's just what I would like to say. The other thing is that, again, if you use core, I mean, from my point of view, to use core representation properly, it shouldn't be overridden in the data structures. Then you have a concept scheme, you have a core representation, and this is the representation. But that means in turn that if you adopt this approach, then you might end up with as many concept schemes as you have a DSD. You cannot create a concept scheme which is abstract and then have multiple DSDs inheriting from it and introducing their own representations, which in real life happens, right? So for these reasons, I think that, again, I wasn't a fan of this approach when it was introduced. Now I see the value, but I think that it's closely linked to harmonization, and I think it's can be some way off till we can move to that paradigm. Thanks.
Thank you, Abdullah. Any other questions, comments? The audience? No? Okay. Well, in that case, well, I would like just to summarize what we have seen today's session. So we definitely saw learn from the experience of the OECD as an international organization, how they are putting in place governance framework to manage data and metadata. We also learn from the experience of Statistical Office of Egypt, how they are embracing SDMX in their statistical production, and also from the Thailand National Statistical Office, how they are putting in place a data governance framework, not only at the National Statistical Office level, but more broadly on the wider statistical system of the country. And we also saw a tool that enables organization to manage a centralized approach for managing data and metadata in SDMX. All very interesting presentations. Also very interesting results from the Mentimeter questions, where we learned that yeah, there is a need and an interest to have a framework, for a reference framework for a governance framework for data and metadata. And for this, I think the statistical working group can take on the task to kind of put together a draft of this reference framework that organizations then can use as a baseline to put together some policies and rules around governance and of data and metadata. David, I don't know if you would like to add something to wrap up the session.
No, I think that's an excellent wrap up. Thanks a lot, Yamil. But just say thanks a lot for all of the comments and the discussion. It was a really interesting session. Thank you.
Thanks to the participants who were part of this session number 5. We invite you to enjoy the meal that will take place in the garden area. And we remind you that session number 6, capacity building and communication, will start at 2 o'clock. And the panelists for session number 6 are requested to be 1:55, please. Thank you and enjoy your meal. The speakers and the moderator are invited to go on stage to start. Yo tengo por aquí. We ask all the attendants to take a seat. We are about to start. Thank you.
Good afternoon, and thank you for joining session 6 of the SDMX Experts meeting. In this session, we'll talk about capacity building. So it's my pleasure to coordinate this session. My name is Abdullah Ghazalov. I'm a statistician at the UN Statistics Division. And my co-coordinator is
Maria Emsa from Eurostat.
Yeah, thank you, Maria. So if we're talking about capacity building, I think that we have seen dramatic shifts in the last 5 years and even in the last 3 years. So prior to 2020, capacity building, it was mostly done as part of various projects. That was the case at UNSD, and that was the case at many other institutions. Eurostat is the one organization that did have a standing capacity building program, mostly for its own member states. And because generally many of the sponsored agencies each take the lead in the area of statistics and the subject matter domain that they are closely affiliated with, I would say. So it happened that, for example, UNSD has done a lot of capacity building in the area of Millennium Development Goals indicators, and then later Sustainable Development Goals indicators, where it provided training to all in all over 20 countries. It established data exchange with over 20 countries. We also had a fairly large scale capacity building at the last global conference. And then, of course, came the pandemic. And we found ourselves unable to travel. We found ourselves unable to meet. But we also found new opportunities in capacity building. And the amount of training, the amount of capacity building over the last 2-3 years, I think, has skyrocketed. There have been so many events, so many trainings that were available to the countries and others. And now we're taking this to the next level, which we will see in this session. We're not moving, but we're developing, I would say, the capacity building further. From online training to e-learning. We will hear about several e-learning courses developed for SDMX during this session. So, of course, this is the first meeting of our community since 2019. And it's my pleasure to feel part of the community again, to be here in this room with you. And I think that while e-learning and online learning opens up new opportunities and makes it possible to reach many more people than otherwise, still in-person engagement and in-person training still plays a very large role. Some of the things are much better done in person. Some of the training is much better done in person than online. And finally, what I'd like to say is the SDMX user forum. What SDMX has lacked, which has become obvious in the last few years, is well-established and formal support channels. There wasn't until now. I mean, there was an SDMX user forum long ago, about 10 years ago. Then it went defunct. And since then, European countries, EU countries, they had the reports at Eurostat. And various organizations supported the communities that they were affiliated with. But there was no user forum, no place where you could ask a question and receive an answer unless you're part of those communities. So the barrier to entry was even higher than it should have been. And that changed, and a large part of this session will be dedicated to the user forum. Maria, would you like to add?
Yes, thank you, Abdullah. I actually wanted to introduce our session now, and Alex will talk about our launch for user group forum, and we see how it's going. As it already on Monday, we start with the launching. After that, we have 3 presentations by Jonathan Challenger about the Stat Academy, and we have Momar Quota from about African Information Highway, and then Stefan Schiffer, who's talking about SDMX Foundation online training. Give it back to you.
Yeah, thank you, Maria. And our first presentation is by Alexander Loshki, better known as Alex. Alexander Loshki works in the Statistical Capacity Management section of the UN Statistics Division. He leads the development of the global calendar of statistical events, co-leads the development of the global network of data officers and statisticians, and is co-organizer of the UNSD Brown Bags and the Global Network webinar series. Thanks to his engagement with the global network, Alex is very well known in the community. Alex joined the UN in 2013 as an economic affairs officer at UNECLAC in Santiago de Chile, where he was responsible for economic forecasting before he transferred in 2015 to UNSD to work first on classifications and industry statistics, and later on capacity development. In his life before the UN, Alex worked for many years on foreign trade statistics and indicator systems at the Federal Statistical Office of Germany and at the EU Joint Research Center. I would like to add that the SDMX User Forum is in a very large part a result of Alex's efforts. And so it is my pleasure to ask Alex to talk about and formally launch the SDMX User Forum to the world. Thank you.
Thank you, Abdullah, for this very kind introduction. Of course, I mean, the building of this SDMX User Forum and the preparations for its launch cannot be done by one person alone. And Abdullah and I have worked with many other people in international agencies and national statistical offices to make this SDMX User Forum happen. So let me try now to share my screen. And so I will introduce now and launch officially the SDMX User Forum, which is hosted on the global network of data officers and statisticians. So what is the SDMX User Forum? The SDMX User Forum is an open and inclusive online community to connect and share knowledge on SDMX. It's a forum where you, as the users, can ask questions, you can find and provide answers, and you can connect with experts and peers who are working on SDMX and related topics. So the SDMX User Forum is hosted, as mentioned before, on the global network of data officers and statisticians, of which I am a co-lead. And during the preparation for the launch, we were discussing various possible platforms, and in the end, we have identified as the global network as the best option for this SDMX User Forum. So first, the next 2 or 3 slides I will use to introduce a little bit more the global network before I come down to the SDMX User Forum. Okay, so what is the global network of data officers and statisticians. I hope many of you already know this platform. It's a facilitated, professional, online social community. And I was deliberately pausing after each word because those 4 words basically describe quite well in what the global network is about. The global network was launched in October 2020 during the World Statistics Day, which was also the World Statistics Day during the height of the global COVID-19 pandemic. And hence the global network is somewhat a baby of this pandemic. I mean, many things were said, of course, rightfully negative things about the pandemic, but we can say that some of the reactions to this global pandemic can be seen as positive. And one of those is the global network, which really tries to bring people together. We have now already almost 2,600 members from 160 countries. And the aim of the global network is to support the work of all UN system entities to improve the communication and collaboration with national statistical offices by fostering collaboration, knowledge sharing, networking, and technical support. So here on the right, you see a couple of key figures, which we have published for the 2nd anniversary just last month. I won't go into details, just to say there's a lot of interaction going on and that we are also organizing a lot of webinars, the so-called global network webinars, where we have organized already 37 events and almost 4,000 people have attended those events. So a tiny little bit more about the demographics. So we have about 50% from our members come from national statistical offices and other government agencies of the member states. We have about 38% of the members come from the UN system, including the resident coordinator offices and the UN country teams, which somehow are the closest to the countries, especially, I mean, for the developing countries at least. And then we have also members from other regional and international organizations like Eurostat, OECD, the Pacific Community, and so on. And we also have members from NGOs, academia, and the relevant private sector. There are many things that you can do on the network. I won't read out what's here on the slide. I just want to concentrate on the right side of the slide. Those 4 terms that you see there, connection, collaboration, coordination, and capacity building, are basically the core goals of the global network, and that's what it is used for. And capacity building and collaboration, those are probably the 2 main terms which apply also then to the SDMX user forum. So how do you join the SDMX user forum? So I will explain it later on a little bit more in a live demo. But basically what you do is you go to yammer.com/UNstats. You will see this screen on the left-hand side where it says, welcome to the global network. You put your work email address there, preferably. You can also sign up with a private email address, but we really strongly encourage everyone to use the work email address unless it produces some problems. And then when you have put your email address there and you click sign up, you will receive an email from Yammer, which explains you the following steps in the sign up process, but it's really, really easy to do. There's a web browser version, which we I use most of the time, but I also use the Yammer mobile app on my smartphone, and there's an app for Android and one for iOS, which the app has a couple of functionalities which the web browser version doesn't have, and I will also say a couple of words more on that later on. So once you are on the global network, how do you get to the SDMX user forum? And that's also quite easy. So on the left-hand side of the global network, there's a navigation column, and there's also a search box. If you go to the search box and you type SDMX there, Yammer will tell you, okay, we have the SDMX user forum. You click on that, and that will bring you basically to this screen. And once you are here, you will see in the upper right corner, there is a join group button. And once you click on that, you are a member of the SDMX user forum. And what does being a member mean? When you are a member of the SDMX user forum, the Yammer system will send you notifications of what is going on in that group. So this is really helpful. So as I said, once you click on that, it will say, hey, you are joined. And that's when you are a member of the SDMX user forum. So should you have any difficulties during the sign up or joining process, please let me or Abdullah know. So you will see you see my email address and Abdullah's email address here. We will share this presentation later on with you. Please note that some organizations have or had known issues with the joining. Like for instance, in the case of the OECD and Paris 21, there were issues, but they are resolved. But there are some things that you need to do internally to get access to Yammer. So for a couple of organizations, please contact us or contact me if you work for one of those organizations, and I can give you further instruction. And also note at the bottom, we list a couple of organizations where the IT departments of those organizations for the moment have blocked the access to Yammer using the work email address. And in those cases, easy workaround or common workaround is to use a private email address during the sign-up process. We would just like to ask you to inform me or Panya, you, that you have used a private email address and where you work. So that this makes the joining process then much easier and quicker if we need to manually admit people using private email addresses. The SDMX user forum has its own usage policy. Again, I won't explain every single detail. I just want to point out some key points. So in the SDMX user forum, please keep the content brief and relevant, especially relevant. So if you have something to share which is not related to SDMX, you can do that on the global network in the all network feed or some other group. But if it's related to SDMX, yes, please post it in the SDMX user forum. And then some, I would say, common sense rules like be respectful to others' opinions, be professional. And then we prohibit some use of the global network and especially the SDMX user forum. So please don't post anything illegal, unethical, and please also don't promote for any commercial services. And one very important point is please do not share any confidential information. So if you run into any problem with the while using SDMX or its tools and so on, you can of course share data structure definitions or things like that, or even data, but please make sure that you don't share any confidential information of individuals or companies and so on. In addition to the SDMX user forum usage policy, also the usage policy of the global network in general applies. And now I will come to a live demo of the SDMX user forum. So for that, let me just get out of this presentation and go over to the global network. So once you join the global network, once you are signed in, you will see the screen. I will run you now through a couple of things, including the joining process. I don't log out now of my account here. I just open a incognito window just to show you how it looks like when you join for the first time. So I type yammer.com/unstats. When I do so, I come to this screen. It says, welcome to the global network of data officers and statisticians. So I would put my work email address here, right, and click sign up. And that will trigger an email from the Yammer system to your work email address. And then please just follow the steps which are explained there. If you have already signed up to Yammer and the global network, and you see the screen here just below the sign up button, there's a really tiny button, unfortunately, login. So if you go there, so put your work email address. And now I want to show you one thing. So you would normally put the password here, but for some organizations, actually the login function is governed by their single sign-on. So in the case of the UN, this is also the case. So when I type in the email address of my email address, it brings me to the UN sign-in page. In your case, that could be the sign-in page of wherever you work in the National Statistical Office or at OECD or European Union offices. So this is how it works. So I will close this window now again. Once you are logged in, that's what you see. To get to the SDMX user forum, and if you are not yet a member of it, as I said, you go here to the left-hand side. There's a search box. You type SDMX. The first hit, the first group is the SDMX user forum. There's also a SDMX coordination group, which you would normally not see. This is a group which is for the moderators of the SDMX user forum. So you click on SDMX user forum and you are there. If you're not yet a member, it won't say joined here. It would say join group. So you would just click here. I don't click now here because otherwise I would leave the SDMX user forum. And this is how it looks like. And I would like to run you now through a couple of things. So first of all, what do you see? So on the left, again, the general navigation bar or column of the global network. In the middle, this is basically where the action happens on in the SDMX user forum. You can see there are already a couple of things that were posted and also some questions. And on the right-hand side, you will see the members. You can also click on the members and you would see, okay, the two admins of the group, me and Abdullah, and then the other members. You have an info part where it is explained what the SDMX user forum is about. And there are also some network resources like the usage policy, links to the SDMX website, and tools and guidelines, and then also the topics, and I will come to those later on. So here in the middle, that's where you post things to the SDMX user forum. There are different kinds of posts. You have updates, which you can use, for instance, to advertise an event related to SDMX. Then we have questions, which is the main post, I would say, which is used in the SDMX user forum, as it is a support forum for people working with SDMX. And then we have polls and praise and announcement. Polls and praise are available to everyone, are not very actively used on the global network. And then we have announcement. Announcements are only available to admins of the network and of the groups. So what you would do if you want to ask a question, you click on question, and then you say, okay, this is a test question. And you explain what your problem is and so on. You can also attach things to your question. For this, you go here to the right-hand side, and it will say upload a file from your computer. So you can either upload a screenshot, let's say. I will just upload the logo of the SDMX user forum, or you can upload an Excel file or any other file. And then in principle, you're already good to go. You can post it. If you want, you can also add topics. If you don't do that, some moderator will do it for you later on, but it's always helpful to already explain what the problem is about. Let's say it's related to SDMX modeling. So, well, then just type model and you will already see, okay, SDMX modeling is applicable, and maybe it's also related to SDMX 3.0. So I would just start typing SDMX 3 and you add it to it. And then you click on post, and I will do it right now, and later on I will delete this again. But once I press post, so this is a question, and well, there's a graphical element which I have shared. And then people can start replying to this question. Where do you do this? Right below, you will see a button reply, right? And then I can say, okay, this is an answer, right? And I can share this answer. And maybe somebody else also replies with an answer. This is another answer, how to solve this problem. Yeah, and you can also share this. You can also reply to individual comments by other people, like in this case. Okay, Alexander Loschke is replying to Alexander Loschke. Doesn't make much sense now, but just to explain how it works. And once there is at least one answer and so on, either you as the person who has asked the question or a admin moderator of the group can mark the best answer as the best answer, right? So you would click on that. That would say, okay, this is the best answer. It's identified as such. And if there are additional comments and maybe in the end you decide, okay, no, maybe this one is the best answer, well, then click here and this will become the best answer. So what else can be done? You can also see that questions or posts can be liked, right? So here in the web browser version, it's only a simple like up, thumbs up. if you use the mobile app, and I will talk about this later on also a little bit, there are also additional reactions like laugh and and smile and celebrate and so on. Otherwise, it's just the thumbs up. And yeah, what I also wanted to say is if you have a question, please do not reply to another question and say, okay, this is now my question, right? This is not preferred. So a moderator would reach out to you in that case and would say, hey, please post this question as a new post. We will delete this reply to another question. So in that case, please go to question and post your new question, right, as a new thread. So this is pretty much everything which I wanted to share right here, except for two more things. So one is notification. So I was already mentioning, if you join a group, you will receive notifications. How do you basically set the notification, your personal notification settings? Not everyone wants to get a lot of emails. So there's a way, is basically you click on this gear symbol here on the left-hand side, you go to edit settings. Okay, this is a message because I have started typing something here. I just ignore this and it will bring me to my account settings. So first of all, I will see the profile. And I also want to say one thing here. Some people will be able to edit the profile and some members of the global network won't be able to edit the profile. The reason for this is in some organizations, this profile section is basically populated automatically by your organization. So, and this is also the case in the UN Secretariat. So if I say some nice words about Alex, and I say, hey, this is my About Me section, and I want to save this, it will produce an error. It will say, hey, your admin has disabled the profile editing. And this admin is not the global network admin or the admin of the SDMX user forum, but it's your IT admin in your organization. So I cannot edit anything here, but you might be able to do it. And if you can, yes, it would be great if you could put a little bit more information about yourself. And then here in the account settings, you will also see other things like changing the passwords and so on, and also notifications. And when I click there, I will see all the networks of which I'm a member of. So I'm a member of the United Nations Home Network. Your organization might also have a home network. And I'm a member of the global network of data officers and statisticians. And then you can select, okay, email me, please, when, and there are different options and you can select whatever is your preference. And then you can also say, hey, if there's a new activity in the following groups, please send me an email. And I could say, okay, for the SDMX user forum, yes, please send me an email. This means for every single new interaction in the group. If you have not selected this, you will still get occasional updates on what is happening in the SDMX user forum, but not as frequent. So there are possibilities to have daily or weekly updates depending on the type of post. And then I also wanted to say one more thing about, as I said, so there are home networks and also the global network. So it could happen, you have signed up for the global network, you are a member of the SDMX user forum, you log in and you end up in your home network. So in my case, the United Nations home network. So It might look a little bit different. This is the new look and feel of Yammer, and hopefully this will also come soon to external networks, what we are using. And if you are here and you cannot find the SDMX user forum here, because why? Because you are in your home network. So it's not a community of that homework network. So you go to the top right, there's a globe icon, and there you can, let me move this window. There you can then change between networks. So I click on the global network and it will bring me to the global network. So that's all for the live demo, and I will now go back to my presentation, and I have like 3 or 4 more slides. So as mentioned before, there's also a mobile app, and the mobile app has a couple of additional features. Reactions are one. I have not put them here, but they, as I said, so they're celebrate, reaction, and so on. Here I wanted to concentrate things which are very useful for questions. So as I said, the best answers, they are identified. In the app, it looks a little bit different, maybe clearer what the best answer is. Then there's also the possibility to upvote an answer. So let's say somebody else has provided an answer, you like that answer, you could either give a thumbs up or whatever, or you could also upvote the answer. Upvoting answers is only available in the mobile app. And then another feature which is only available in the mobile app is closing questions or conversations. So let's say an answer has been provided to a question, discussion is complete, and we don't want to have additional new replies to that question. Then a moderator @admin can close the question for further comments. So the question is still visible, the answers is still visible, but you cannot add any new replies to it. Of course, you can also reopen a question if needed, but yeah. And so this is my second to last question slide. You will receive the presentation later on. This slide just provides links to a couple of important documents. I won't go into any details here. And then this slide gives you indication whom to contact when you have problems joining the global network or joining the SDMX user forum, or if you have problems with the SDMX user forum in general, then you would contact an admin of that group, basically by clicking on the number of members, and then you would see the admins with a star icon. And that's pretty much it. So if you want to join the SDMX user forum, download the instructions. You can use your cell phone now if you want to and scan the QR code. And in this document, we explained how to join the global network and the SDMX user forum. So that would be all from my side. Thanks, and back to you.
Thank you, Alex. Thank you for a thorough introduction to the SDMX user forum and the global network. So now is the time for questions and discussions. Any questions about the SDMX user forum? Rafael?
Thanks, Alex, for the nice presentation, and thanks for actually helping us in setting this up. That's really highly appreciated. We have a lot of hopes in improving our way how we communicate with our user base through this forum. I have a question, Alex. Is there a way to derive some, let's say, KPIs, or have some more information around the activity on this forum for the secretariat. Yeah. So, kind of a dashboard where we can see a little bit, what are the trending topics, maybe also to see, is there a question where we have a lot of actually thumbs up, replies, concerns, etc. So, yeah, thanks.
Yes. So Yammer provides for each group a couple of basic statistics. So how many people were reading messages, how often the messages and posts were read. And so it gives you a little bit of a sense of the activity in the group. So in this case, the SDMX user forum. There are not any built-in analytics when it comes to what are the most popular topics, but they're basically there's an API which can be used to access the information and then basically extract and analyze it. We are also looking at the possibility maybe in the future, in the next year, to buy a plugin to get more thorough analytics of the global network in general, which would maybe also allow us to get more out of the box analytics when it comes to topics. But in this initial stage, it would be a little bit more the task also of the admins and moderators of the SDMX user forum to look what are the most trending topics, I would say. And at the beginning, I wouldn't expect like thousands and thousands of messages, so it should be handleable.
Thank you, Alex. Jennifer?
Hello, thank you. My question is sort of a data governance kind of question. So what are the rules for using this beyond professional behavior? For example, if one wanted to create a thought group related to SDMX, but a smaller activity or topic, what would be the process to propose that idea as a way to communicate with a wider user base? Thank you.
That's an interesting question.
Yes, so the global network allows to create groups, and we saw in the past that groups were created also for a temporary period. So there was one discussion group about the core values of official statistics, which was active and existed for, I don't know, 3-4 months. And then once the discussions were over, basically the group was archived. So it's still accessible, but it doesn't have any new messages. There is the option to have public groups and private groups. That's also very important. So the SDMX user forum is a public group, so anyone can read and post there. But if you would like to create a group which maybe a limited membership of, I don't know, let's say 10, 20 people, you could create a private group on the global network and for that purpose. And you could even, if you later on decide to switch it to public, you can also do that. If you want to create a group for whatever purpose on the global network, just reach out to me and Panya Yu, who we are the leads of the global network, and then we can give you a little bit more advice on what to do and maybe what not to do. Yeah. So that would be my answer maybe for that. Thanks.
Thank you, Alex. Before we go on, I think Maria would like to announce a poll.
Yes, I kindly ask you to log into Yammer, who can, who will, and we made a little poll, I did, and kindly ask you to answer. So this is our Mentimeter. And Alex, if you could share your screen a little later on, so we can see the results as well.
Yes, I can do that. And I will share again once more my my slides, just this one slide where you have the instructions how to join the global network and the SDMX user forum. So if you haven't joined yet, you can use this QR code and join. And then I can go to the SDMX user forum itself. And yeah, here's the poll. We have already 9 votes.
Maybe we should.
Maybe I can also say, okay, it's great, and I can just vote on this, and you will see the results so far. So this is with 11 votes. So super, great, can't be better, fantastic. I mean, this poll is slightly biased, I think, but yeah, nevertheless.
I wish I could select all 4, but if you are watching this and haven't signed up yet, then this is your opportunity. Please do sign up and vote in the poll. Any further questions or comments? I don't see any so far. Alex, I would like to ask you a question. So we're launching the SDMX user forum. And based on your experience with the global network, what are your expectations about how this forum will be used? In other words, yes, we'll launch this so that you could ask a question and get an answer to various SDMX related questions about data modeling, about tools, about bugs, about solutions. But aside from this, asking questions and getting the answer and completing polls, of course, what else do you think the user forum will be used for?
Yes. So what we saw in the global network in general is that a lot of people use it to announce whatever events they have. In this case, of course, surrounding SDMX. So we would probably in the future announce any SDMX expert meeting or conference. It's also, we see people reaching out to others to connect with people maybe with whom they were not in contact yet. So if you, and I want to show maybe that also as well. Maybe I don't know Maya very well yet, right? But I want to reach out to her maybe to say, hey, I saw that you have that and that project, or maybe that you're working on SDMX modeling and you're really good in that. I would like to do a project maybe with you. Then you can click on Maya's profile, and you can reach out to her by sending her also a bilateral message, right? I can say, hi, Maya, and so on. And then just click on send, and Maya would receive the message. So a lot of people are also using it for bilateral exchange. And if you, I said that if you use the search functionality as well, it gives you not only as results, for instance, groups and files and topics and so on, but also people. So the system kind of identifies also if people are related to a specific topic. That would be one additional use, and people really love to help each other out. So if you ask a question, surely someone will provide an answer very, very quickly. The SDMX user forum is basically built for that. And I think this will really, in the mid and long term, change also a little bit how we interact with each other on an international or global scale. When you think back a couple of years, international cooperation and exchange of information and knowledge was limited to maybe some small expert group meetings or maybe some in-person smaller training webinars, training seminars. And now basically you can reach out to a much wider audience, and you can also involve people who are maybe not at the very top of the hierarchy in your office, in the offices, but also in the middle somewhere. Basically the people who actually do the work in the statistical offices. So it's kind of democratization of the interaction also on the global level. So that would be my take on that.
Yeah, thanks very much, Alex. Any further questions or comments? I don't see any. So again, thanks very much, Alex. I would just like to say a couple of words in conclusion. Oh, we have a question? Oh, sorry. Yes, David, please.
Yes. So thanks a lot for the presentations. Very good. Just to say, yeah, I'm from the OECD, so I have a problem joining. So I'm just about to send you an email, Alexander. But in doing a Google search, I think that the first forum that appears in the list is an old one. It's like SDMX users, opendatafoundation.org. And then you go there and, you get the kind of the site. So it to be, hopefully, that will kind of drop down the ranking now when we do a search for SDMX user forum. Hopefully, or if there's some better way to kind of index this new forum, then maybe we ought to kind of think about that as well. Thanks.
There's a long answer to it. Alex, would you like to start?
Yeah, so there are basically two things which are still planned for the future. One is to build, let's say, a landing page, some information pages about the SDMX user forum. So this will be hosted then on the sdmx.org, where you basically get some information. Hey, there is an SDMX user forum. You can ask and provide, you can ask questions there and also provide answers. And then in the future, if we can make it work, but in principle, it looks good. Yammer has an API, so we would like to expose also the interaction on the SDMX user forum on the sdmx.org website somehow. In principle, this is possible. We just didn't have time yet to try it out and to implement it. But this is something that we are looking at for the future. And this will, of course, then also help us in the indexing algorithm of Google or other search engines. With respect to OECD, joining with your OECD email address, yes, please send me an email. There's a special way within the OECD. You need to ask for permission internally, and then you will get access. I can provide you that information.
Yeah, thanks very much, Alex. We have a question. Yes, Matt.
It's not a question, it's just another comment to add to David's comment, which is my first Google hit is coming soon user forum on sdmx.org. So yeah, it takes me to the coming soon page, which I assume will be.
That's not bad when you update this. That's not bad.
But yeah, I don't get what was it, the other one, the very old one.
Okay.
That's further down the list.
So okay, we need to wrap up this part. And in conclusion, okay, any final questions or comments? No. So in conclusion, what I'd like to say is actually this forum, even though it was just launched, has a history. It was identified as a priority by the SDMX sponsors, and it was put on the roadmap for 2021, 2025. It was picked up, and the work started in earnest in January of this year. And now we see the fruit of this work. And once again, thanks very much to the members of the user group organizing committee and its two task teams who put a lot of effort into making this a reality. And it's great to see this user forum on the web now. And thanks again to Alex. Okay, thanks very much.
Thank you. Moving on, we have Jonathan here. Jonathan Challenger is a community manager of Statistical and Information System Collaboration Community within the Smart Data Practices and Solution Division at the OECD Statistics and Data Directorate. Jonathan has worked in the world of data and statistics for more than 15 years in the UK, New Zealand, and the international level with the OECD, combining experience from both public and private sectors in data and business processing, analyzing, project delivery, and technology-driven challenges in support of open data strategies to build and reflect open source community of official statistics through co-investment and co-innovation. Floor is yours.
Thank you, Maria, for the very nice introduction. I think you just rewrote my CV, so that's great. I can use that. And just maybe to start, congratulations to Mexico. I think I just saw the score and it's unlucky, but sorry to Inegi colleagues for this. I was asked at lunchtime whether we should actually stream this live, and I wonder whether we should have done a Mentimeter at the beginning to ask for that. But anyway, we had an interesting presentation before, so hopefully you're awake and you will listen. So I'm going to, in this presentation, I'm going to talk and share about the experiences of the DotStat Academy. This is the online learning hub built by the Statistical Information Collaboration Community. Looking how we went from sort of concept to launch in beta in a few short months in a learn by doing approach, and hopefully providing some ideas and inspiration or questions around a possible future XDMX Academy. So over the past 2 and a bit years, I think Abdullah mentioned this at the beginning, and we had to change the way we worked. I mean, there was a lot of impact from the pandemic, how we engaged, you know, for going from fully fledged sort of in-person meetings. Even this one is still hybrid to a complete remote and then back to hybrid for one reason or another. So although the learning industry has had a really head start on engaging online, we've seen, as Abdullah mentioned, a proliferation of sort of webinars, online learning and training courses, often overwhelming us, knowing, you know, where do we focus our efforts, where is the value in, you know, and how will this enhance our own personal development objectives. There are many different types of learning, so learners and learn in different ways. So we need to be able to respond to that asynchronous, synchronous cohorts, blending, micro-learning, and more. The focus of my presentation is more on a self-paced learning with certification. It's not to say that this is the right way. So all these ways can actually be very complementary to each other, and it really should be looked at in its entirety. The DotStat Academy is an initiative. So I mentioned the Statistical Information Collaboration Community, or SACC for short. It's a community led by the OECD. It's been in official existence since 2010. I mean, we've been collaborating much longer than that. It's now grown to 16 members. FAO, we welcomed them as the latest member to join very recently. And here you can see at the top is really the sort of raison d'etre of our community. So, you know, as reference open source community for official statistics, focusing on products excellence and delivering concrete solutions to common problems for co-investment and co-innovation. The key points here being, the co-investment aspect and the delivery, namely .stat. You heard it mentioned a few times here, and since 2009, it's been known as .stat Suite and was fully open source and driven by standards, so XDMX at the core of this, which is very important, of course, for this community as well. So the community supports and builds partnerships. I mean, we work with the XDMX community, of course. We're a sponsor agency. We also work with a number of other organizations like Eurostat, co-developing the XDMX RI. We're heavily engaged with BIS around FMR and the evolution of that. We've also looking at data modeling and capacity development with Paris 21 and our colleagues at the United Nations Statistics Division as well, and also in the Asia Pacific region with SCAP. We also engage technology partners. So although we're open source and a community of organizations that are not commercial, we do have to engage externally. And I think we know that as an organization, we don't have all the skills and the resources to deal with things internally. So just back to where, my focus is about .stat Academy, this self-paced learning, online learning hub. It's important to have solid reasons why you should build something like this, a business case before embarking on something of this size and in really the size of investment that you need to put into this, both from a content and also the platform itself. You need to think about the goals. So here, we were looking at providing free online training and resources to support capacity building in .stat Suite, but also XDMX and the way data producers use this for data modeling in particular. We're looking to extend our community beyond the sort of core work that we do about co-development and extend and look how we can grow that with adopters and contributors. And of course, increase knowledge so we can reduce the burden on the team. We're open source, so we get a lot of requests that we try to deal with, but it's of course difficult. So having something like this helps to alleviate some of that burden and pressure on the core team. So the platform is built on WordPress with a LearnPress plugin, well established, low cost. It's easy to use tools. What you see is what you get type approach for easy contribution and an intuitive and personalized learning experience for the learners in a sort of modern, easy to use platform. So we, of course, as a learner, you need to know where you want to go. And so there's the learning paths that are designed around data producers and data toolers. I'll explain what these are in a moment. Content is designed easy to sort of help to be engaging and increase the learning experience through sort of quiz-based activities and interactive exercises. And the learning levels are designed to sort of build your knowledge over time from awareness through to sort of master level and everything in between. But it's more than just learning. So for us, there's 3 content streams. I mentioned the learning part, but there's also ideation and showcasing, where we can bring and surface our member projects and the work that we're doing. Very important, as you look to build a community as well and engage with your users. So this is just a timeline of where we went from and where we are today. In fact, there's a new course that's to the right, which is launched in the last days by David. And this is around Introduction to XDMX Data Modeling. So if you're interested, there's 2 courses around XDMX on there today, an Introduction to XDMX. So if you're a newbie, it will give you a good idea of what XDMX, who the sponsors are, what we were talking about in this room for the last 2 days and 2.5 days. So yeah, go there and check it out. So let me just talk a bit about the building blocks. So it's important. I mean, we didn't. Where did we start with this? We engaged with experts and tried to learn from others. There's other people doing these things. We engaged with a specialized global training and certification non-profit in the UK. They helped us to define the target users, the content strategy and processes, and start to build that sort of body of knowledge that we can start to populate the platform itself. We then had to sort of look beyond that and think about, okay, how do we continue this and really assist the coaching and the content creators. So we had a market consultation. We picked a partner, and we're working with a partner to help us with that, to sort of provide guidelines for the content creators and support in the content creation process. But there's many good examples from others out there. I mean, the ILO, for example, the ITC training center. I mean, it's go there and see. This is a blended mix of on-site, in person and online. FAO, for example, they have quite a comprehensive academy, around 32 people working on this. So just to put it into context of what this takes to really go to that level of training. So also a learning method. It's important to think about this. I mean, what's the taxonomy of the learning, and how do you apply it? We work with Bloom's. This is a taxonomy for learning, teaching, and assessing. And you can see on screen the sort of different steps and ways this is actually applied practically. So the learning levels, I mean, I mentioned at the beginning, it's important that the user goes through these steps, builds awareness, builds a basic foundation, and then puts that into practice. And then ideally, some of these will become experts and actually start to contribute and engage more intensely. And then you're looking at a master level where potentially these people are really sort of providing training courses and training trainers and things like this. So it's a sort of level, learning level, so someone can actually visualize and see where they want to go and set their own goals. So I mentioned before about data producers and data toolers, so this is very important. We did work on who you've got to think about, who's your target audience and why are we doing this, and what are their goals in this process. So data producers are the sort of statisticians and methodologists, etc., in an organization, dealing with the data and the data processing, XDMX especially. And then on data tooler side, this is more the technologists, so the people maybe installing the platform, maybe they want to contribute to the platform, etc. So it's very important to sort of gear your learning to these two sort of personas. Through journey mapping, which is a very important sort of process, we were able to define these learning paths, so understand, how this user wanted to go through their learning objectives and build and reach their goals. And again, I mean, it's important to these two personas to think, well, as they come into the platform, like how do they project themselves into their role, that role and the learning path. We created 2 interactive learning paths for a typical journey for these 2 main personas. It allows them to more easily identify and set their own objectives as they go through the course and the resources available. I mentioned learn by doing, so we piloted, you will make mistakes. I mean, we made mistakes and we learn from that, which is the point of piloting and learn by doing. It's about adjustment and improving quickly, which is very important in an agile sort of manner. So we tested also the process, the approach. We had a pilot course, getting comfortable with the content creation process as well. And we've built this sort of train the trainers course, even in the platform itself, utilizing what we have in the process to develop, content and allow the trainers to certify themselves to become able contributors to the platform itself. It's very important. I mean, building engaging and impactful learning experiences is an art. It requires careful planning, clear objectives, and a willingness also by contributors to sort of maybe evolve their delivery of traditional ways of maybe PowerPoint or whatever, to sort of adapt that to meet the needs of the learners. It's very important sort of, and it's a skill that's not easy to obtain. It's important also to listen to your users. By listening to your users, you sort of create this, feedback loop, and you can prioritize as well. I mean, we don't have endless resources, so it's it's allowed us to sort of prioritize where we focus our efforts. For example, these 2 XDMX courses were very important to a lot of our users, our projects that we have ongoing in the background. And so we built these out for that purpose. So just to recap on this approach, so engaging experts, you know, we're not e-learning experts, so we did this, you know, from the off. We learned from others, so we looked at other communities out there and tapped into their expertise and knowledge. Choose that learning method. So we went with Bloom's, there's others, but it's important to sort of have that framework in place. Identify, you know, the personas. So you have to develop the personas and the targets and even the secondary users of those and what their sort of paths are and goals. And then learning by doing. I mean, this is our approach. Maybe there's different approaches, but this allowed us to really adapt and adjust our way of working. And train the trainers, so experts, build the expert communities, because ultimately they're the ones that are going to contribute, they're going to drive the development of content and make or break your academy in the end. But make it easy for them to contribute. So we created templates. We have a number of templates for them to fill in and go through and guide them in that content creation process. And prioritize. I mean, listen to your users, and important have that feedback loop in place. It's a reusable product. So I mentioned WordPress, LearnPress. This could be easily reconfigured and reused and installed in different contexts for different academies, potentially. We're trying to reuse also content from others. So it's not about developing everything, you know, embedding content from other sources. And also, you know, we've built a solid framework and approach that can be easily replicated as well. So just a few final thoughts. In learning should be seen as a journey, not an event, a one-off event. It's very important. Although it's important to, you know, to not just to have the learner go from A to B very quickly. You know, this doesn't work. I mean, one technique to avoid that is by chunking content, releasing it in chunks, and in turn, hopefully help the retention of that, because retention is the ultimate objective of your learning. And learning experiences need to be optimized. Experiences sensitive to the needs of the learners, the types of learning, the resources, and the time and budget, of course. I mean, we don't have endless budget, so we have to think about this as well in that process. Just a few sort of thoughts on what about XDMX. I mean, we have a lot of experts, so you can imagine, I mean, again, going back to the trainers, expert coaches, these are the people that are really the sort of foundational aspects of your academy or your learning experiences. Tap into that and use them and leverage their experience to coach people and drive that forward. Showcasing case studies. I mean, you need to, of course, provide an environment where we can showcase where this learning is actually practically being applied and brought value. Put it into context. I mean, you know, really the skills in context. So we need to think about, well, what am I doing on a daily basis that I need to learn about and build my skills? Demos and discussions, working groups. I mean, we already have working groups here, but we could expand beyond that. And maybe, again, I mean, this community has got enough on its plate, I think, already, and quite stretched. So maybe one option would be around aggregating existing trainings and not trying to invent new trainings, but there's others doing this. So let's think about a process to actually aggregate and bring this in to the community. So there, I'll finish there, and thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Jonathan. Do we have any questions from the audience? Yes, Rachel.
Thanks, Jonathan. So very, very great initiative. Yeah. I guess not. There was quite a lot of effort put into this. Yeah, I think looks very professional. 2 questions from my side. So you mentioned the certification. Yeah. Which type of certification is this? Is this an .stat certification, or is this an, you know, do we have several certifications like an SDMX certification, or? So that's my first question. And I mean, we are discussing certification already since a while, yeah, also in the SDMX context. Do you think it would be, from your point of view, useful? Then my second question is, so you mentioned or you put the question mark for an SDMX Academy. So I understand this is actually a proposal that we should really go forward with this, yeah? And I think the only way I can see this really taking off is by aggregating, exactly as you say, because it requires a lot of resources. And indeed, at the moment, we are producing a lot of content across, different domains. I mean, either related to the tooling or related to the subject. And I'm a big fan actually of aggregating this. And the question is whether this aggregation can actually happen in 2 dimensions. So one is aggregation on topics which are purely SDMX specific that should, go to sdmx.org. So we have a site there which is basically mirroring the content to some extent. Of course, it needs to be organized. And content or trainings, e-learnings, webinars, etc., which are tool related, which I think might be better aggregated on the sdmx.io, so that we have this clear split between this is the standard SDMX, and these are actually the resources for the various toolings which we provide for the standard, which can be actually then also a bit wider. For example, VTL, all those things which are not necessarily really part of the standard at the moment. So that's just a thought I want to put forward, and maybe you can elaborate on those 2 points a little bit and explain your reflections. Thank you.
Thank you for the questions. So on the first question, at the moment, it's just a certificate of completion. But we're still running in beta in the platform. I mean, although there are courses and resources available, and it's 151 users now on subscribed, with many more enrolled, in individual courses. So this is it's growing, but the next step for us is to start to look at those certification paths and design them more closely with the e-learning specialists that we work with. But yes, I mean, from an XDMX point of view, I think there's a lot of value in thinking about that as a certificate for someone to have to show their manager, and give them, value in why they took this and took time out of their job to actually do this, and then bring their skills back and actually then help that, develop their own personal development.
Yeah.
On the second point, so the second point, yes, I think, I mean, I totally agree. I mean, I had some reflections on this, and I was thinking, well, aggregation is probably the only way for the XDMX community, but we should be cautious there as well, because we can't just aggregate everything, and there needs to be a process. I mean, designing, as I mentioned, designing e-learning, and there's not just, this is a self-paced learning, but there's other ways of doing this. Is an art, is a skill. I mean, I've started to develop my own skills in this because I've been working on this project. But as I mentioned, like FAO, they have, instructional designers, they have UX designers, they have, developers, UX developers, they have translators, all these people involved in this process to design and build the content and deliver the content. Of course, there's experts. I mean, like David developed the courses for the XDMX in our platform. He's the expert. But he's also developing his skills in e-learning, and hopefully through this process, he will develop those and become better at delivering content. But ultimately, we have to rely on someone to help us to do that, an instructional designer to really think about it in an e-learning context.
Yeah, no, I fully agree. And it should be, as you said, a list of, experts, people who we basically tasked to do this. Yeah. And then, but just to follow up on the first point, I think from my perspective, and that's really my personal opinion, it would be really good to have pure SDMX trainings on sdmx.org. Yes, they can be obviously replicated in other, let's say, sites like SICC, but it would be really good to have these on the sdmx.org, because, I mean, there's clearly a need for this. And at the moment, the site is also pretty quiet. And I think that would be a possibility to make the sdmx.org site a little bit more attractive for the users and have more traffic there.
Yeah, just maybe just a response to that. So the first course that David developed was the Introduction to XDMX. I mean, this is totally generic. This could go on xdmx.org. There's another course in development that Jens Dosse is working on. from the OECD. He's working on XDMX vocabulary. I mean, yeah, I had a conversation earlier with someone who said, I'm learning lots of things here. What does this mean? So, you know, this is going to put it in layman's terms, hopefully, and people can understand these terms and go through a course and actually and learn the information model and the terminologies that's used. And then this could go on XDMX.org because it's not tool specific. But even other things, I mean, data modeling have to use tools in some context. So, but they could go on XDMX.org as well.
Exactly, I fully agree. At the end, it's also quite useful to demonstrate, you know, the concepts using a tool. Yeah. So, okay, so great. So maybe we pick this up in the Secretariat and we formulate a proposal how we can include this in SDMX.org. Yeah. Thank you. Very good.
Thank you. Rich.
Yes. Thanks, Jonathan, for the great presentation, and I think it's a excellent initiative to have this learning platforms and academies, and it's a very good start. And my question is about the scope of the capacity building. Since we're talking about building the SDMX capacity, so I can see a lot of contents that in the academies are really introductions targeting the broad audience with a lot of generic informations. And I just want to bring the thought that I think in the room there are quite a few developers and tool integrations, and so I remember a couple of years back that we had some excellent training from Eurostat about SDMX source and how you can further develop plugins or this kind of tools. And so my thought and my question is that like in your plan or in your visions, have you seen any in-depth like capacity buildings for developers, like going really deep? Because I think today we have very few people that has this very in-depth knowledge about the SDMX source or about all these entities and artifacts, how they link together. But if we want to, if you talk about the integrations of tool buildings, and we need to have this knowledge. And I hope that we can include this as part of the capacity building. Thanks.
So yeah, I couldn't agree more. I mean, on your comment there, it probably links also to what Raphael was saying. I mean, we need to think about what goes in XDMX.org. We in the .SI Academy, we can't develop everything here because we don't have the resources, and we have a focus. But again, there are courses that we are developing that could support aspects of that development. Yeah, I mean, this is self-paced online learning, but what you are talking about there is also goes beyond just that. I mean, it's a blended approach where you could think about someone who goes in there, takes a the introduction course and so on as a sort of prerequisite to maybe more in-depth sort of in-person coaching. And it goes back to these expert coaches. We have experts here who know XDMX source or XDMX core, whichever side of the table you're sitting on, and then we tap into these, and we set up these cohorts, expert sort of coaching sessions and things like this. This is the sort of learning. It's a blended approach, and it's not one size fits all. You have to think about it dynamically.
Thank you. We are moving on to the next presentation. Momar Kwata is Statistical Information System Officer in the African Development Bank's Statistical Department. Momar has more than 10 years of experience providing capacity building and data statistics to all African countries. He's also coordinator of Africa's Bank Information Highway, which is a flagship program aiming to support all African countries to improve their data collection, management, dissemination, and reporting process. The African Information Highway comprises a capacity building component to give countries with the necessary knowledge to enable data reporting using the open data platforms, including the SDMX format. Hello, Mamor. Floor is yours.
Yes, hello, good afternoon, or I may say good evening. From my side, it's almost 9:30 p.m. So nice to join you. Let me share my screen. Okay, are you able to see it?
Yes.
Thank you. Okay, thank you, Maria. Thank you, Abdullah. And I'm happy to join this session and to share, the experience or the effort that the bank is doing to build capacity for African countries in several topics, including also the SDMX. So just allow me to provide some background point on the initiative, which was a demand-driven in 2012. So during our technical assistance mission to countries, we used to receive a lot of requests from countries that they need assistance to have data management and dissemination system. And during this African Union summit in July 2012, so the African state head of state on their decision make a request to the bank and also to other regional organizations to support countries to improve and develop data management system and dissemination. So to deliver on all these requests that the bank will receive, we launched this initiative called Africa Information Highway, and with the main objective to facilitate access to official statistics and also enhancing data openness and also reducing the reporting burden. So since 10 years, I may say, so we are very active in Africa, making so that we provide required capacity building to African countries and make sure that they also use all these standards, mainly SDMX. So for the implementation, we mainly rely on two aspects or on two pillars. So the first one is capacity building, which is for us is the key one. It's very important, and also for other tools. So providing capacity building in several topics, going from open data concept or open data principle, going to how countries can use their system or their portal to disseminate data, and also and so on. So and also currently we are also now starting going in deep on SDMX with countries, and also some other important topics like building data ecosystem, data use, and so on. So now to support this capacity building now, we also provide tools and for free to all our regional member countries, and also provide maintenance. So why maintenance? Because at that time that we start this initiative in 2012, most of the countries did not have the capacity to maintain and to host a system like that. And you will certainly agree with me that it's not really efficient to provide a system to a country and do not also support its maintenance and its hosting. So that's why since that we start this initiative, so the bank took that direction or that vision so that yes, we provide the tools, but also we make sure that for countries these tools are available and anytime for users, and we also make support on the maintenance part. So now, for some countries, the reality now become something else. So a lot of them are now capable, or they have the possibility for hosting and so on. So we are now moving to a more hybrid mode, and I will talk about that later on coming slide. Now focusing on the SDMX component on our capacity building. So I may say also this is a kind of demand driven, because since more than I can say 4 5 years, we have been making kind of introduction on SDMX during our joint mission with our colleagues like, from IMF, for instance. We also have been also providing introduction on the key SDMX notion during our technical assistance to countries. And this was just a kind of introduction. But now, since some years ago, 2-3 years ago, countries are now really being interested to have a full knowledge on SDMX and go in detail and have the required skill and knowledge on that. So that's why now we start, since 2 years just before the COVID, start now thinking on providing a detailed capacity building on SDMX for countries. And the main objective is really to make sure that they have the capacity to manage, disseminate, and report data using their ODP open data platform in SDMX format. And this in two main way provide the skill and knowledge. And this is to make sure that they have a solid understanding of SDMX. And also we make focus on the data modeling. Which for us, we believe that the main point for countries on which they should focus for making sure that they have their data well extracted and also centralized. And also in the same the second part, to support this capacity building as well, we'll also make sure that they are familiar with some available tools from Eurostat and so on to support the training part. While now we are working to build our new system or our new upgraded ODP, which we have to provide and or to deliver coming years. So on the skill and and knowledge part, we have here 3 objectives. The first objective is to make sure that the country have the required understanding or the required skill to model their data in SDMX. That's our first objective. And for that, we have some kind of action or activities, make sure that, for instance, the country build a cross-domain expert SDMX team. So for instance, if a country is interested for having this in detail capacity building on SDMX, the first point that we are requiring to them now is to make sure that they have a cross-domain expert SDMX team on which we will work with. It will not be just kind of a dissemination unit or database management unit and so on, but we should have a kind of cross-domain expert from other statistical production unit, and together they can sit and agree on and have a roadmap and so on. And from there we start now building the capacity from the SDMX notion and also focusing on data modeling. So that's our first objective. And the second one is also to make sure that all countries' data are stored in SDMX native data management tool. And here again, we make sure that we focus on the modeling part and have all the structure and data centralized using the SDMX data management tools, which will come later as a backend of our ODP 2.0. And the third one is since now the countries have now their data centralized and also modeled in the right way, using this backend for the upcoming new version, so they can now disseminate and report any data in SDMX. So that's the main objective for the third one. So we have them centralized, and from there they can report and disseminate. And from there, we can also make a follow-up action with them to make sure that they keep improving that that setup that they already have. So that's currently our objective on this SDMX component for capacity building on these 3 objectives. And this will go on the same way on this, at the same time that we are working on our ODP 2.0. So, and once we will have this 2.0 available, we'll make sure that almost all countries have a good understanding of SDMX and can now work with this new tool coming later. So what have been now achieved since we start? These are some activities that we have just doing this year. So we in sometime in June we built capacity for around 8 countries on SDMX for SDG reporting, and also in October last month also there was another one for Gambia for with 12 countries or 11 countries on again SDMX for CPI and so on. And during the COVID, we also work on a lot of online session with countries, and from there we work with with the support also of Eurostat through this Artemis project, and we produce SDMX training materials for reporting SDGs through the open data platform. And currently these videos and resources are also used by countries. And we are now working on establishing LMS learning management system, on which now all these materials and the upcoming materials also will be used and made available for countries all times. And for planned activities now, in addition to what has been done, and just before the COVID as well, we also did a lot of activities on the SDGs, and also a lot of activities also with our colleagues from IMF on reporting the EDDS indicators and so on. And now some countries now are really interested to go in deep. And the first one, for instance, is Mozambique. They, since last year, they make a lot of requests from our side that they need really to go in depth and have SDMX project and make sure that they model their data correctly, centralized, and so on. So we have now what we call an annual working plan on the SDMX capacity. So for those kind of countries which are really ready to go in detail, so we sit with them and we try to have a kind of annual working plan on which now we make sure that we go with them in detail and see everything about SDMX and make sure that they can establish really the activities or the objectives that they want to achieve. So Mozambique is one of these countries who are really interested. So we may start with them early next year. We already shared with them the agenda and everything. They have to adapt it from their side, build the team I was talking about to the previous slide. Otherwise, our first objective here is to make sure that, okay, you want us to provide assistance. Let's first from your side build a SDMX cross-domain expert on your side, and from there we can assist you and work with you on that. So this will be really key activities from outside for next year, and that's the same case also for Malawi, for instance. And this will be done certainly in partnership with UNICEF, since Malawi want to take this opportunity as well on the SDMX capacity building to also migrate their data from DevInfo to ODP. So this is an ongoing discussion with our colleague from UNICEF to see how we can assist together Malawi on that point for a full years or at least 2 years action plan with them. So there are some other countries interested: Uganda, Ethiopia, Burkina Faso, Cote d'Ivoire, and so on. So a lot of countries now are really interested to see how they can go now in detail or in deep on SDMX concept and so on. So we are now trying to see from next year to have a focus capacity building per country for countries which are really ready to go in detail on that. So hopefully by next year, we'll have at least 2 or 3 countries covered, and from there we'll proceed from there. So in addition now to the capacity building, as I said, so we also provide tools and make sure that these tools are supported and also maintained and upgraded. So we are working now to our new version of the open data platform, which will be for this time open source. And also we will make sure that we make it easy to install and configure for countries in Africa. And of course, that will be also interoperable, scalability, multi-language, and hybrid deployment, I mean. So as I said, when we start this initiative in 10 years ago, most of the countries did not have the capacity to host a system like that. But now some of them have this capacity. So our new version that we are targeting now will be SDMX compliant, SDMX native, open source, and we will make sure that it will be easy to install for countries. So for those countries which will be able or which have the capacity to host and to maintain this new version, we will also provide the support and they will host it from their side. And for others, the bank will always make sure that for others who will need support for the maintenance and the hosting, we'll make sure that also this support will continue and remain as it is. So this the new version coming. We really wanted to be a user-friendly SDMX powered and also mainly based also on the SDMX ORI framework. So once we have this backend, for instance, fully SDMX compliant, SDMX native, so from there countries can really centralize all their data well structured, and from there any front end can use this data from this backend and make it make it easy for countries. And also our target here is really to reduce the burden that countries have now for maintaining several platforms. So once we set up this new version and make sure that the backend is fully SDMX compliant, SDMX native, so they can really centralize. We will help them to centralize anything well structured, and from there, any front-end portal coming with a project can just point on this backend. That's the objective, and hopefully that very soon we'll have a first version. We are still working on the procurement aspect, and we hope that early next year we'll have the company with us, and from there we'll start developing this this new version. And this new version now, while we are developing that, we will now start also going in depth on SDMX capacity building for some key countries in preparation to this upcoming new version. So that's some slide that was I plan to share with you, and happy to answer to any question. Thank you.
Thank you, Momar, for tremendous work you have done. Do we have any question from the audience? Please, Jonathan.
So thank you, Momar, for the presentation, and nice to see you, but even if it's virtually again. So it's a big project, so I'm looking forward to seeing its progress. I'm just wondering, so what's the sort of size of the team, specifically on the capacity building aspect? The resourcing that has to go into something like this, it must be quite big, so I'm just wondering what that is. And maybe a second question is that beyond just the sort of in-person type trainings that you would do and building capacity, beyond that, how will you engage? I mean, you mentioned a learning management system. So what do you imagine for that? Is this the sort of the beyond those trainings, and how, and what is this LMS that you're going to build?
Okay, thank you, Jonathan. Yes, I will start with the LMS. So for the LMS, as I said, we during the COVID outbreak, so we were not able to travel or to provide any technical assistant mission. So we use that time to develop videos on SDMX for reporting SDGs. And this video now are ready. And also at the same time, also we know at the bank we also start what we call here another module under this highway on data innovation lab and so on. So this LMS will be our tool for engaging with countries and making resource available for them on several aspects or several topics, including SDMX and also all other topics on which we are working. For instance, we have ongoing project currently which is supported by the BMGF, the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, and one of the these activities is around data use, how to make sure that data which are online on the ODP are used, and also how we can make sure that countries also build kind of data ecosystem around this tool and so on, and make sure that these data are used. So all this kind of topic, we are currently working on that, and we have some experts which are recruited, and they already started the work. And all this resource that I will produce will be also used under this LMS, which will be launched sometime early next year. So for the capacity building, yes, that will require a lot of resource. of course. So for now, we have a team of SDMX expert, around 2 to 3 true SDMX expert, and we will start our program with this small team. And what is our objective now is really to not go maybe for next year beyond 2 to 3 countries with an in-depth capacity building. But at least we can now, in addition to these 2 or 3 countries, now organize workshop on which we can also cover a lot of topics during 5 days with countries. So that's our approach. So since the resources are very limited, so we will make sure that each year we cover in depth 2 or 3 countries. In addition to that, we will have now kind of workshop 2 to 3 to go in deep also on the SDMX aspect. So that's our approach for the capacity building, while now we are working to increase our team and make sure that we will achieve more and more.
Thank you. Before we give the floor to Stefan Schiffer, we also have one question from Edgardo, ILO.
Yeah, thank you. Hi, Momar. Thank you for the presentation. I am Edgardo Gleichin from the ILO, and I would like to share with you that we are having a number of projects in Africa, actually 17 countries, and also a regional project with SADC that implies the implementation of SDMX-based system, labor market information systems, and of course that we are also providing capacity building on data modeling and data preparation. So I think that it would be very interesting to try to coordinate actions so that we don't repeat ourselves, and also trying to eventually make our platforms, well, not our platform, it's the country's platform interoperable, because probably, at least in the labor domain, the indicators will be the same. So I think that is an excellent opportunity to leverage the interoperability capacities of SDMX and try to be efficient on that. So happy to have bilateral discussions soon to coordinate. Thank you.
Thank you, Edgardo. So yeah, I'm fully agree with that point. So and I can tell you that we are also open to discuss on a bilateral mode. So maybe next week or later, I can write you an email and we'll take it from there.
Sure. Thank you.
Thanks.
Once again, thank you, Momar. We
Thank
move
you.
ahead with our next presentation. Mr. Stefan Schiffer is a senior statistician of Asian Development Bank. His work in the Statistical and Data Innovation Unit of the Economic Research and Regional Cooperation Department includes building statistical capacity in Asian Development Bank, developing member economics, improving statistical databases by using new digital technologies and knowledge products, including statistical flagship publications. Prior to joining Asian Development Bank, Mr. Stefan Schiffer was statistical officer in Eurostat in Luxembourg, responsible for production and analysis of short-term business statistics. Hello, Stefan. Can you hear us?
Hello. Good morning.
The floor is yours.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Stefan Schiffer. I'm a senior statistician at the Asian Development Bank. Thanks for the opportunity to join the discussion. It is a pleasure for me to present the online training course on basic concepts of statistical data and metadata exchange. The Asian Development Bank, together with the United Nations Statistical Division, the Economic and Social Commission for Asia and the Pacific, and the Statistical Institute for Asia and the Pacific, developed a self-paced online training course on SDMX basics. The course was targeted towards decision makers, statisticians, and IT experts with little or no knowledge on SDMX. The objective of the course was to provide a high-level introduction to what SDMX is and how it can fit into and improve the statistical business process. The course has been made available in ADB eLearn. This is ADB's repository of its online training courses. It's based on the Moodle management system. The SDMX Foundation e-learning course ran over 6 weeks from 28 March this year until 6 of May. The course was split into 2 models. The Model 1 provided decision makers, statisticians, and IT experts an introduction to SDMX and how SDMX can fit into their business process. The Model 1 provided a background on the problems faced by organizations involved in the statistical data exchange, as well as opportunities that are brought by technology. The Model 1 also discussed the business case for SDMX, the benefits of implementing SDMX, as well as some limitations of SDMX. The Model 1 also provided insights on how SDMX can be implemented and an overview of some things to consider during the implementation. The Model 2 was targeted towards statisticians and IT experts, and it provided a more detailed overview of how SDMX works by discussing some of the main components of SDMX, the information model, the SDMX content-oriented guidelines, and the IT architecture and some SDMX tools. Model 1 also discussed some of the steps involved in implementing SDMX for data exchange. The course showed that there is a high interest among organizations to learn about SDMX. Almost 700 individuals from over 50 economies enrolled in the course. Out of those who enrolled, 63% completed the full course and received passing grades on the quizzes administered in the course. Only 86 of the 692 learners who enrolled did not start the course. If we look at the learner's profile, it was equally between male and female. If we look at the regions where the learners were based, most of the participants came from East Asia. This was the highest share by far. Then this was followed by Southeast Asia, South Asia, and North America. The majority of those who completed and passed the course were from national statistical offices and other government organizations, for example, from central bank and ministries. We also had participants from international organizations. As we see, most of the learners were from East Asia. If we look at the countries where the learners were based, most learners came from the People's Republic of China with around 240 participants. This was then followed by Turkey, India, and Mexico with around 40 participants, but we had also several countries with more than 10 participants, for example, the United States, the Philippines, Bhutan, Vietnam, Indonesia, Samoa, Azerbaijan, to name a few. If we look at the learner's profile of those who passed only Model 1 and did not move on to Model 2, this looks a bit different from the learner's profile of those who enrolled in course, but I would like to highlight that this is based only on 17 students, as most of those who passed Model 1 moved on to Model 2 as well. A prerequisite to start Model 2 was to complete and pass Model 1. So if we look at the learner's profile of those who passed Model 1 and Model 2, which are over 400 students, we see that more female than male have passed Model 1 and 2. If we look at the regions, again, most of those who passed Model 1 and Model 2 were from East Asia, followed by Southeast Asia and North America. And according to the organizations where the learners were based, again, most came from national statistical offices or other government organizations. From East Asia, we had alone 177 learners who passed Model 1 and Model 2 who were based in the People's Republic of China. The results of the participants' evaluation showed a highly favorable feedback, with 72% of the respondents given an overall rating of the course of excellent. Participants comment how the course were gradually discussed, the delivery of the lecture, and the usability of the platforms. Participants also indicated that they were able to see the relevance and the potential of SDMX in improving their own statistical business process. This feedback is based on 440 learners who passed Model 1, and we listed down some of the feedback of those who provided an excellent rating, but the slide also shows all the ratings from those who rated the course satisfactory or fair, which were 13 or 3 participants, and we have listed down all the feedback. For example, in terms of improvements, some participants mentioned that the course was a bit heavy on theory. If we look at the evaluation for Model 2, which is based on over 400 participants, the respondents, or 80% of the respondents, gave an overall rating of the course of excellent. We have again listed down some of the feedbacks of those who rated the course as excellent, and it's again, they comment on the use of the platform and how the trainer delivered the course. We also listed down again all the feedback from those who rated the course as satisfactory or fair, which were 14 and 2 participants out of the 400 participants. And again, some of the takeaways are that there was no practical side for using SDMX. It was more heavy on theory, this course. So when we come to the evaluation, what the learners has gained from the knowledge, some learners provided the feedback, and for example, one mentioned that he can propose a framework for data exchange to the management, or it can be applied to our routine work by using SDMX and also relate it to the generic statistical business process model. One participant mentioned from the Central Bank of Turkey that they perform a lot of data transfer from other institutions, and without a standard, data transfer operations becomes error prone. I see SDMX as a standard to alleviate these possible errors, but the real challenge is to make sure that the data transfer counterparts are also able to conform to the SDMX standards. This was the feedback from our SDMX basic course. We also plan, in cooperation with our partners, the United Nations Statistical Division, SCAP and CIAP, to develop more learning courses online, which will focus on SDMX tools and also for SDMX specific domains, and especially in the SDMX tools, which we are currently conceptualizing, we will address those concerns that were mentioned in the basic course. We will target to give an overview of the different SDMX tools that are available, and then to demonstrate some selected tools, and finally to have hands-on exercises on some selected tools. Thank you very much for your attention, and I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
Yeah, thank you very much, Stefan, for an excellent, very interesting presentation. And also thank you for joining us at a very early hour in Manila. Okay, I think that Jonathan has a question.
I got a mic in my hand, so I'm privileged to take a first question. So thank you, Stefan. Hello, and good morning to you. So yeah, it's good to see the course developed and out there, and you've got a lot of statistics on, I would say, the users of it. You touched a little bit on the feedback of like what I learned and maybe how I practically apply it. But just thinking, how are you going to measure retention of this? So, you know, people practically applying it over a period of time, and do they actually retain that information? And you know, they've completed the course, and then 3 months later, they actually think, well, actually, now I need to do something with that, but then I've forgotten some of it. So how do you actually ensure that they haven't done that? Maybe on the just a second question also, you mentioned future courses coming. I'm wondering whether, and going back to what we were discussing earlier with Raphael in the room, is about this sort of XDMX secretariat coordination for XDMX, pure XDMX courses, to make sure that they're done and sort of surfaced through the sort of community at the community level, not necessarily stopping others doing them, but just really to coordinate it at the secretariat level. Thank you.
Thank you, Jonathan, for your questions. Coming to the first questions, when the learners have completed the course, we made it available in Moodle during the when the course was run. We had the quizzes available. We had a forum which was very active, which was moderated. But after we finalized the course in May, we still make it open, the content, to those learners. As you mentioned, if somebody proposes the framework and wants to review the materials, all the learners who enrolled in the course still have access to the materials in the training course. And coming to your second part of your questions, we have developed this course with our partners, like, for example, UNSD. And UNSD is also part, for example, of the SDMX Secretariat, which you mentioned. And UNSD was so kind to share our course before we ran it with the SDMX Secretariat. And we got feedback also from the SDMX Secretariat on the course, which we incorporated before we ran the course. I hope this answers your question, Jonathan.
Yes, thank you very much, Stefan, and also thanks to the members of the SDMX Secretariat who did provide feedback on this course, which was evidently very, very successful in terms of the volume and completion rates. And I look forward to further cooperation with you on further e-learning courses. Any final question? We're behind time. Any final question? Okay, I see no questions. So thank you very much again. Thank you, Stefan, and thank you for your very interesting presentation. To wrap up this session, just to say a few words, what we have seen here is that I think that mainly what it shows is huge interest in SDMX on both the supply and demand sides. We see organizations stepping forward to provide training resources, and we see users stepping up and consuming those resources. This is, I think, a very, very impressive achievement. And the other part is that we can see that SDMX is global. We can see, it was especially evident from the presentations by Stefan and Momar, just how strong an interest is for SDMX really across the world. And I think that this is also a significant achievement. And with that, we are going to a very late coffee break. The time is now 4:10. I suggest we come back in the room at 4:20. So it's a 10-minute coffee break. And once again, many thanks to our presenters, Alex, Jonathan, Stefan, Momar. Thank you. I think this was you made it a very interesting session. Thank you.
Please, all the attendees, seminars, and moderator, be back in the room. We are about to start. We ask the rest of the participants to come back to the room. We are about to start. We will start session number 7, SDMX Interoperability, organized by Fadila Najeh, Data Modeler from FAO, and Juan Muñoz, Director of Planning and Informatics Regulations in INEGI Mexico. Fadila Najeh is a data modeler who worked on data modeling and transformation in SDMX format in the last 7 years. She had the opportunity to support the implementation to multiple SDMX projects and national and international organizations. Fadila recently joined to the Office of the Chief of Statisticians, OCS, at the Food and Agriculture Organization of United Nations to support implementation on SDW project. Juan Muñoz has been collaborating in SDMX initiative since 2004. He is member of the SDMX TWG, performing as chair from 2017 to 2020. Currently, he leads Task Force 5, SDMX, and other standards, which develops the technical specifications to include geographical information in SDMX. He is chair of the SDMX SDG working group. Juan is also member of Standard Supports and the Blue Skies Thinking Network groups and member of advisory board of the UN Committee of Experts on Big Data and Data Science for official statistics. Fadila and Juan, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone, for staying with us in the last session of today. But trust me, it will be a very interesting session. It has raised a lot of participations, I think. Is the reason we extended it. So I don't want to talk too much because we have a lot of things to say today and tomorrow. So Fadila, please.
Thank you, Juan. So as Juan was saying, we are having maybe this last session of the SDMX meeting, and there is a reason why we are extending the session on 2 days. So we are having a very rich content to present today in this last session, which will be about a topic that has been already raised so many times during this meeting, which is about the interoperability. So the interoperability question will be already tackled from different levels during this session. So during this session, we'll try to have 2 main parts, where in the first part, we will try to have or present different use cases about, let's say, how to integrate the standard itself in different system. And during the second part, we will be discussing, or we'll be having, let's say, an extended discussion about the interoperability of the SDMX compliant tools itself into one integrated system. So during the first part of this session, we'll be having 6 presentations. So today we'll be just opening the appetite with 2 presentations, and we'll be continuing tomorrow with the 4 other presentations. And the second part of the session will be held tomorrow after the coffee break, where we'll be presenting shortly the result of the assessment that has been done the last year by the STA working group that we'll be presenting appropriately tomorrow. And after that, we'll be having, let's say, a large discussion about proposed guidelines. So just to make it shorter, let's move directly to the presentation. And the first presentation we'll be having today will be about using SDMX to facilitate computer-assisted translation of reference metadata. The presentation will be performed today by Brooke, Jennifer, and Harumi, who is joining us remotely. So before giving the floor to our speaker, let me just introduce them properly. Harumi, that has been already presented, but I really want to present her again, is a statistician at the development data section at the development data and outreach branch at the United Nations Statistical Division. Her main responsibility is the global SDG indicators database. In a previous position, she contributed to the implementation of the Global Standard Statistics Program and worked specifically in the area of time use statistics and the finalization of the internal classification of activities for time use statistics. She also worked at the Statistics Division in the United Nations Economic and Social Commission for Asia and the Pacific. She contributed at the Asia Pacific MDG report prepared by ESCAPE ADB UNDP between 2010 and 2013, in particular supporting statistical analysis and to the division's work on strengthening national statistical capacity. Before that, she worked for public and private institutions on statistical, social, and development issues. So with Harumi, we'll be having Jennifer, who is a PhD, is a study director for the Committee of National Statistics, Division of Behavioral and Social Sciences and Education of the National Academies of Science and Medicine. Prior to joining NAS, Park served at the United Nations Economic Commission for Europe in developing international standards for the Sustainable Development Goals. Prior to her detail at the UNIC, Park served as senior statistician at the U.S. Chief Statistician at the Office of Management and Budget. There, she was responsible for ensuring federal statistical standards were systematically reviewing and updating through a public interagency process. This involvement spanned reviews of federal standards on the collection and reporting of race and ethnicity data, standards, occupational classification, preferred measures of sexual orientation and gender identity, and cognitive interviewing standard. She led also the development and
issuance of Federal Statistical Directive, which described the fundamental responsibilities of federal statistical agencies. With Jennifer and Harumi, we'll be having Brooke, who is a data scientist at the Center of Open Data Enterprise, as well as a consultant for the UN. His work focuses on supporting the Sustainable Development Goals through open source development and training. Related projects have included reporting platforms, conversions tool, and translation repositories, as well as training for countries and cities. Brooke is also a web architect, contractor, and a lead developer for open source projects such as an Open SDG and SDG translations. So Brooke, Jennifer, Harumi, the floor is yours.
Buenas tardes, everyone. Thank you very much for the opportunity to be with you today. My name is Jennifer Park. I'm a consultant at the World Bank for the purposes of this meeting, and I'm joined today by my colleagues Brock Fanning of the Center for Open Data Enterprise and remotely by Harumi Shibata Salazar of UNSD, who will also be presenting several slides. Together, we're going to share with you our experience of using SDMX to resolve some rather challenging data processing and organization challenges in the context of our SUG metadata translation project. I also want to take a moment to acknowledge our colleagues who will not be presenting today, but who have contributed amazing ways to our project. What a team, I just have to say. I want to acknowledge our colleague Buyant Kuthart of the World Bank, and of course who's worked with Sid, whom you all know, Abdallah, whom you all know, Matthias Reister, Rabush Wilkama of UNSD, and of course our collaborators at FAO, Stat Canada, UNECE, ECLAC, and IADB. So thank you very much for making this possible. Most of you whom I have met over the past few days are well aware I am not a data scientist by training. I am not an IT expert. So why is a nice girl like me doing here and learning about SDMX? I have spent my career in developing ways to facilitate coordination and collaboration across a very decentralized statistical system of the United States, and using similar processes to coordinate statistical policy in other areas such as UNECE. When I came across the SUGs, I thought to myself, wow, what a challenge, right? This is an amazing task ahead. But many of the challenges that one is confronted by in thinking about the SDGs are also faced by other statistical systems that rely on coordination across multiple partners, encompassing different levels of expertise, engagement with the public, and continuous efforts to improve data accuracy and relevance. So why translate the SUG metadata, the reference metadata in particular? Simply put, it's a data statistical capacity building issue. Reference metadata were only available in English, and clearly as a teaching and training tool, this would not work for many countries where English is not a primary or often used language. The reference metadata are also complex. They are technical, and oftentimes language or words used are terms of art. So that made translation difficult. Of course, countries asked for translations, but the volume and level of effort involved made this infeasible for traditional translation processes. So when we think about the SDGs, probably many of you are very familiar, but another way to think about it, and the way I think about it, and perhaps Harumi has nightmares about, is that there are over 50 custodian agencies who are trusted in developing metadata for these indicators. There are 248 indicators, of which there are 231 unique indicators. And corresponding roughly to these are about 259 reference metadata files. And each one of those is about 6 pages long, if we're looking at a Word file, and frequently use elaborate graphics and mathematical equations, sometimes using equation editor. Oh. Go. Thank you for that tip. So that's the easy part, I would say. Just in a way, just thinking about the volume and the number of actors involved in developing metadata. But the most challenging part is that we are constantly managing multiple versions. There is a systematic but frequently used process to refine metadata indicators and the metadata associated with those indicators. That happens on an annual basis. And there are also replacements or more substantial revisions of the indicators where they're added, they're deleted, they are massaged through an approval process. And managing all those versions can be very difficult. In English, much less managing versions that have been translated. So probably many of you were thinking, well, okay, we can use a computer-assisted translation tool, which is a way to manage translation where a computer assists and offers potential solutions to language to be translated. But an important fundamental aspect, actually, is that there's a human expert who is selecting among offered text and correcting the language and improving the translation over time. And a number of translation tools are available. You probably are thinking of Google Translate, but this will not work for the context of the SDG metadata. There are just too many files. They're too complex. The language is too complex. And we have many, many translators. So we really needed a solution that incorporated process management and version control. And so that's where SDMX steps in.
Hello, thank you. So through our work in this SDG metadata translation project, we found that SDMX metadata works really well in computer-assisted translation workflows. And one reason is that the SDMX structures break down kind of naturally into easily manageable chunks, which are all identifiable. For example, the structural metadata, the DSD, can be broken down by the code lists and then by the codes. And in the same way, the reference metadata can be broken down in the SDG's case by the indicator and then by concept. And so this allowed us to come up with this workflow here, and I'm going to give a quick overview of how it works. I'll talk in more detail about each part, but the workflow starts on the left here, so you can see with the source material, which is the SDMX metadata. Then it goes over to a development platform, and from there is pushed to a translation platform with a bit of conversion. At that point, a human translator becomes involved, managed by reviewers. And then the process sort of goes in reverse. It goes back to the translation platform, which pushes the finished translations to the development platform, which then outputs them in some form. As I mentioned that, sorry. Here we go. So first, to talk about the development platform, this is the first, the second part. We use GitHub in the translation project for this, but something like GitLab would work just as well. This serves several roles, and the first one is to import the source material. So it imports the SDMX metadata and pushes it along to the translation platform with some conversion, as I mentioned. And then fast forwarding, it also gathers the finished translations from the translation platform and then performs more transformations to output them in some useful way. For example, they can be output as the multilingual DSD or the translated metadata. In our case, with the translation project, we output actually a whole website which users can use to just browse the translations on the web. It also creates PDF versions of the translations and sort of static API endpoints for JSON versions. Quick note about this YAML. So when the development platform, when GitHub passes the translations over to the translation platform, when it passes the source material, that source material is SDMX, and the translation platforms don't know anything about SDMX. They're third-party tools which know translation file formats and not SDMX. So we have to convert the source material into some other format. We tried a few and settled on YAML as the format, which is actually the simplest. And the reasons for that are it's just well supported by the translation platforms. The key value structure of the YAML is good, a good fit. The precision that it adds is helpful. And as a nice bonus, it's very easy to read. So now on to the translation platform. What is the translation platform? This is an interface for the translators. So this is where they log in to do their work. We have liked one called Weblate. This is also an open source project. It happens to have the features that worked the best for us. We did try others, but Weblate is the one that we recommend. So this platform is designed to just make life easy for the translators. So it has features like push button machine translation and dictionaries and automatic quality control checks. And also it has the ability to highlight what has changed whenever the source material changed, like highlighting the characters that have changed. So as I mentioned, then the human translators log into this platform. So they log into Weblate and they just do their work. It's worth noting that these human translators don't need to know anything about SDMX. At this point, SDMX is completely abstracted away. So they're just logging in and looking at what needs to be translated and then translating it. And there's reviewers that sort of direct their efforts by pointing them to particular indicators or particular code lists according to the priorities of their organization. So that's just a quick overview. I'm happy to go into more technical details if there's questions afterwards, but that is kind of the workflow that we've developed, which started as a pilot, a World Bank pilot, and it's been successful. We've heard from the translators that it reduced their translation time by 35%. And we also found that the translators needed little to no training. They were able to just log into Weblate and figure it out. So far I've been talking about the translation workflow. I'm just gonna zoom out a bit now and talk about the source material. So we have this SDMX metadata as our source material, but how did we get the content into that SDMX? For the case of structural metadata, it's pretty straightforward, but for reference metadata, it's a lot more complicated. So we we had to figure out how to handle that. And with the SDGs, the reference metadata has been historically managed in Microsoft Word. So we had to convert Microsoft Word into some machine readable format. And at the same time, UNSD was also interested in this exact thing for the purposes of the metadata exchange project. So it was a great time for some collaboration. We both needed the same thing, and so we came up with a Word template and a web-based authoring tool that can be used to take that Word template, parse it, break it down into all the concepts, convert the rich text and all of the Microsoft Word stuff into HTML, and then produce the SDMX file. The conversion process can handle, like I said, rich text. It can handle lists, tables, images, even mathematical formula. And recently, we have added the ability to have some validation in the template itself. For example, if certain concepts are date concepts, that to enforce that the date is in a certain format. So as I mentioned, this Word to SDMX conversion was very helpful for the translation project, but also was used in the UNSD processes. And so I will now turn over to Harumi for more on that.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Brooke. I will very quickly talk about the process and how we publish the metadata at the API. As it was mentioned before, all the metadata that we have is in Word files, and just Brooke was mentioning that there was the development of the authoring tool that takes the Word files, the metadata Word files, and then it parses it and converts them into SDMX metadata that is in XML files. So after the authoring tool, we will get two files. One is a PDF and one is an XML. The PDF will allow us to see how the conversion was done. And then the XML file that is the SDMX metadata is the one that is used by us, and it is uploaded into the metadata into the SDG Lab database. The SDG Lab database is connected to SDMX metadata API, and thanks, if you can please go to the next slide. Thanks to all the APIs, data and metadata can now be linked. And for example, metadata for each series can be now accessed from the global SDG indicators database. So this is very an image of our global SDG indicators database. And in the next slide, you will see that metadata can also be accessed in the metadata database interface. Thank you so much.
We have just a few more slides. Okay. Very few more slides. So again, just a really fantastic collaboration working across teams. And I want to say a little bit more where we are with the translation project, which is where we started. Brock and Harumi described an advancement in our overall process, and this was made possible through support from our partner at FAO, in part to develop the materials needed. We're now able to routinely harvest the English metadata as they reference metadata as they are routinely refreshed, revised, as appropriate and with approval of the IADB, SDGs. And so this keeps our English metadata current and available for our translators. Our translators have been very active, and the process that we're using with WebLate allows for surgical updates where necessary to phrase or content relating to specific areas of reference metadata. Really improves the efficiency of the overall system and is absolutely necessary when you're thinking about the long-term use of reference metadata in particular, which changes frequently as projects evolve. With collaborations at StatCan, we have completed the French metadata translation for the reference metadata, and those are available on the World Bank website. They can be piped as needed. We've also made considerable progress with our Spanish metadata, reference metadata translation. They completed tier 1, which is the most well-established indicators among the SDG indicators. But we're still working through the tier 2, and this really relates to an opportunity for further collaboration. It's not a technical issue. It's making sure that we have bandwidth to keep that work going. The Russian translation process, which is where we started in this project, paused in 2022. We have been working with Rossat. We're looking for other collaborators, and we have a few in mind, but we're hoping that will resume quickly. We're always looking for additional collaborators or other languages to consider. I will say we've also translated other kinds of material. With UNSD's help, we've translated the SDG customized DSDs into national languages, Khmer and Lao, and that was largely Brock doing that work. The DSD translation is much, much simpler than the reference metadata translation. It's much lower volume, the terms are less complex, very easy to do. And so we're looking to really make some gains and getting the translated DSD out there. We think that's really going to help national statistical offices. We've also used the translations to assist the communication on national SDG indicators through country dissemination platforms such as OpenSDG, national reporting platforms. We are continuing to look at other opportunities to translate, and we've heard about several of them during the conference. We're thinking about ways that perhaps we could use our authoring tool in a different way to facilitate translation of technical documentation for SDMX. Possibly demonstrating a proof of concept for roadmaps, either for SDMX or other roadmaps. That volume pales in comparison to what we have already achieved with the reference metadata. So I'm not saying it's going to be easy, but it certainly seems very possible. And also we've heard opportunities or possible interest in translating prioritized training documents. That is something else that we would like to look into. So many opportunities for further collaboration. Thank you.
Oh, thank you very much, Brooke, Harumi, and Jennifer for the very interesting presentation. Let's see if we have questions or comments. Yeah, all right. Okay, so go ahead, Nicolas. Christos.
Thank you. Yes, apologies for the early applause. I guess I was eager to make my question, so thank you very much for the interesting presentation. I have a couple of technical questions, so I'll direct those to Brooke. First has to do with YAML. So you said you have also tried other formats. I would be interested to know just a few of them, what you have tried. And then when it comes to YAML, you were talking mainly about the reference metadata set, right? You didn't have to transform anything else, for example, in MSD or something. It was simply for the reference metadata set, right? And just to complete, excuse me, I would be interested to know if when you're creating back the reference metadata set, is it something that you integrate into one file, or is it, for example, you start from an English reference metadata set and then you create the French in another instance? Okay, thank you.
The translation management platform Weblate depends on version control. That's the way that it sort of that's like the engine for it. So it needs a repository of files to be sort of like the history of the translations. And so that repository is YAML files. When we import the source material, it's SDMX, but we transform it into YAML, and then it's just is stored in the repository, the English and all of the translated languages, all in YAML. So the YAML is kind of like the way that we talk to the translation platform. And we did try a couple of others. The first format we tried was XLIFF, I believe, which is an XML-based translation format. And I don't remember the reason that we didn't. I think there was a problem with having HTML inside of XML format. And then we also tried getText or PO files, which is like the oldest translation file format. And that one was fine, except it had a big drawback of not being key value. It was more English and then other language. And so it limited some of the features that were available in Weblate, and specifically the ability for Weblate to show you what has changed in the source material. So when we switched to YAML, it was actually a big kind of usability improvement for the translators, because then they could see clearly what the highlighted characters of what has changed. What was did I get all the questions? Or?
Actually, I had to follow up on that.
Okay.
First, if you had any limitations going from SDMX to YAML, did you find anything missing from representing the SDMX file to YAML?
No, it was fairly straightforward. It was nice that, and then the SDMX, like I mentioned, everything has a unique identifier. So it was very easy to move them over. It's a pretty simple kind of hierarchy that we used. We have one file per indicator. And then within that file, there's one key value pair for each concept. So that we didn't have to store a whole lot of other information. We just needed the concept pointing to the content of that concept.
But also, I guess the hierarchy of the reference metadata set, or I mean, I don't know what is the original structure of the specific metadata set, but I guess you also need to maintain the hierarchy in order to write back to SDMX, or do you, I mean, how does this take place? And actually, my last question was on whether you integrate everything into one file, which might be related.
Well, let me pass that over to Abdullah.
Yeah, just very quickly. In the SDG metadata structure definition, the hierarchy is defined in the concept scheme, but not in the presentation, not among the concepts themselves. So the list of concepts is flat. When we present it, we build a hierarchy from the concept scheme.
Yes, this answers the hierarchy question. The last one was about persisting the translation in the same or a different instance. So when you go back to feedback the API, do you have a separate instance for English and a separate instance for French, or is it one file and then you serve it from the API, including all translations?
The translations that we produce in the translation project are at this moment just living in the translation project. We haven't started passing them. If you were asking about the UNSD API, we haven't started passing them back to UNSD yet. That's further down the line.
Yeah, thank you. maybe we need to move to Matt and then Daniel.
Thanks. First of all, congratulations. I think it's excellent. I think reference metadata and multilingual are two very underused parts of the specification. So it's really, really, really nice to see both of them being used. It's really good. And my question, which I'm not sure is probably just due to my lack of understanding of Webley, what it actually does. But on the backflow through Webley, I was wondering if Webley kind of automatically does a translation, then your humans kind of check that's correct. Does the backflow kind of provide like a feedback loop? So if it translates similar things again, it does it correctly, or does Webley not do what?
Yeah. So actually, there's some flexibility there. You can set Weblate up to do automatic translation, or you can not. With the reference metadata, we didn't do that because there's basically zero chance that a machine translation is going to be correct when it comes to that amount of content. So the translator will log into Weblate and go look for something that needs to be translated. If they want a head start, they can click a button and they pull in a machine translation, and they have their choice of several different services like Google Translate, Microsoft Translate, DeepL. Certain services turned out to be better than others for certain languages, so the translators kind of figured out which one to use. But they perform the translation either by typing it in themselves or by getting a machine translation and then fixing what needs to be fixed. When it's saved in Weblate, Weblate creates a pull request in our GitHub repository. So we see this pull request arrive, and we can go to the repository and we can see what has changed, and we can merge it. It's possible to have it be automatic and just automatically get pushed to the repository, but we prefer the pull request workflow so we can kind of manage it. But and then later, if they go back and change something in Weblate again, it's just another pull request that shows up. Yeah. Okay.
Translators continue their work, the system can become smarter, right? So there's a preferred translation for particular terms, phrases of art. And so increasingly over time, as a translator continues to work, the dictionary itself becomes smarter. Different translators may prefer, I don't know what is it, the wizard, if that's the term, to do an initial translation, and then they could customize it directly. It's also important, I think, to say two other things. So for the DSD, it makes sense maybe to do an automatic translation and then go in surgically and make corrections as necessary, because the volume and the complexity of the language is less. But it's also the case that we developed some online training materials, and we actually did not train our translators at all. These are not people who work in HTML typically or have ever used Weblate or any of these other processes, but they were able to self-learn. And I think also the process of using the pull requests allowed us another opportunity to help them if they were having challenges with image files or something like that. So it's actually really amazing how much the human translators were able to function in this environment.
Daniel and then Jonathan.
Leila, thank you everyone for the presentation and for the update about the translation of the metadata. Actually, my question is, it's not a technical question, it's more about timeline for the other languages. We have an interest in the Spanish language. We receive a lot of requests. By the way, I work in UNEP, United Nations Environment Program, And we receive a lot of requests from our regional office in Panama about when we're going to have the Spanish translation for the metadata of the SDG indicators where we are custodian. Is there also a possibility, what are the resources required if you don't have any collaboration yet with UN ECLAC? We can maybe help in providing, the link or so just to know about the timeline when it's going to happen. So this is a question carried, asked by our colleagues in the regional office through me to you. Thank you.
As soon as possible. I am so eager to speak with you. First, I want to say ECLAC and IADB have been wonderful collaborators. And we worked with a particular human translator who was also just fantastic. But that agreement pertained only to Tier 1 indicators and did not also include revisioning or refinement of the indicators over time. So it wasn't an ongoing relationship. There was no particular issue. It just didn't resume. And so, of course, with all respect to our colleagues at ECLAC and IADB, we kind of came to an impasse of chicken or the egg, what goes first. We're ready to work with UNEP, with anyone else. Of course, our whole project is not meant to rely on any one translator. And there are many benefits of having additional collaborators, additional translators. So we are ready to speak with you and your team and to provide all the training materials and to assist you with the technical process. So thank you very much for your interest.
Go ahead, Jonathan.
Yes, so thank you for that. I mean, it's a great project. Just wondering, maybe the sort of use case, and it's maybe not so clear, is around like why this translation isn't done at source. Because, for example, the OECD, I mean, we have the statistician entering the two languages that we support, French and English. So I'm just wondering why this is not done at source and it's not pushed at source. And who are these translators? Are they a team that's working away in a room or network? Yeah.
A few words about this. So from my understanding, translating of the reference metadata, it was the cost and in terms of time and paying translators in the process, it was just infeasible for UNSD to pursue when we discussed this many years ago now, and with the regional organizations. It was just too heavy of a lift. And to work with individual custodian agencies to develop translations of only their indicators, it just seemed too piecemeal. Even though there are a few custodian agencies that have the majority of the indicators assigned to them, this would not address the full suite of metadata. We needed a different solution. So that's why we are pursuing this translation. Who are the human translators? The first human translator from our pilot was with Rostat. We worked on that relationship through UNECE. Into French, we worked with StatCan and their team. And for Spanish, we worked with ECLAC and IADB, and they identified a human expert. Each of these models have different quality control mechanisms. So for Rostat, they had an internal process to evaluate, review the quality of the Russian translation from their identified human expert. It did not go through an additional quality control mechanism at UNECE, and that was the understanding for that relationship. With StatCan, they have a complete team of quality control individuals assigned to different translators, a whole team of translators. Of course, for StatCan, the only way that they would be able to post the English reference metadata is if they were also posting the French reference metadata. So it was a big priority for them. For Spanish, ECLAC and IADB applied their own quality control of the resulting translations from their identified human translator. So we have 3 different models.
I can't say that one model is preferred over the other, but certainly when there's a higher priority and more hands, it makes lighter work, and Stat can really whip through all of those French translations like nobody's business.
Thank you for that very, very quick question. So thanks very much, Harumi, Jennifer, Brock. My question is to Brock, and it's a very quick one. So if my understanding is correct, the reference metadata translation part is specific to the SDGs, whereas the DSD translation probably is not specific to the SDG DSD. It could be either as is or very easily adapted to translate any DSD at all. Can you confirm that? Thanks.
Yes, I think that's right. With the reference metadata, we really tailored it to the SDGs, and like I said, we had the hierarchy of indicators to concept, which may not apply in other domains. But with the DSD translation, yeah, it's basically translating the code lists and the codes, which could be applied to any DSD.
Okay, any other comment, question? Okay, so thank you very much for the nice presentation and for the great work. Let's maybe move to the second presentation, which is about SDMX information model and advanced search engines. That will be presented by Zlatina. So Zlatina is a team lead economist statistician at the Statistical Application and Tool Division at the European Central Bank. And she's also a part of the SDMX community since 2012, when she worked on the business side for the development of the global DSDs for national accounts and balance for payments. Currently, she is part of the SDMX Statistical Working Group, the technical group maintaining the global DSDs, and the SDMX Task Force for International Data Cooperation. And last, Zlatina has a master's degree in computer science and international economics relations and a PhD in quantitative economics and finance. Zlatina, go ahead.
Thank you. And I know that you're very tired, and I'll be very quick, not quick, but I hope that this presentation will be interesting and you get some inspiration. I try to be as quick as possible. I hope that my presentation will be shared and we can start. I just want to maybe give an overview. Here we're talking about SDMX and how to disseminate using SDMX. And of course, when you disseminate using SDMX, final users are important, and final users are actually searching for data. So I would just start with the presentation with presenting to you the statistical data warehouse. Maybe some of you have heard of it. This is just the key dissemination channel of ECB statistics. And it's fully designed based on the SDMX information model. So here you see that we have actually data and metadata stored in our database, and then afterwards this is disseminated to the portal. Currently, actually, we are working on a new portal, a new interface of the portal, but the backend or what I'm presenting here will stay the same. So as the data warehouse that we are maintaining in the SDMX information model, all of the artifacts that we have in the SDMX information model are actually mapped to the functionalities of our data warehouse. So in this respect, actually, we're giving all of the information which is stored in the data structure definition to the final user. So here you see a mapping between the artifacts and the corresponding components in the data warehouse. So the concept scheme is mapped to the navigation hierarchy that we have in the data warehouse. The data flows are actually the data structure identifiers. So we have 3 letters to identify the data sets which are mapped to the data flow. The data structure definition is presented by presenting the series with the dimensions, so the series keys. The code list we represent as the possibility of the users to filter the data. We have also cross-sectional code lists. These are filters which are common for the different data sets. And all of the metadata, provision agreement, and data providers, they're all part of the metadata, and both structural and reference. So each time series in our data warehouse is defined based on existing data structure definition. And as you know, I mean, this slide is very for people maybe that they're not so familiar, but you know that we have dimensions, we have attributes. Attributes are attached at different levels, observation series, siblings, and so on. So the important thing here is that each dimension or attribute had some conceptual meaning related to the specific economic phenomenon, and of course each user would like to find data for this phenomena. I just want to emphasize here that we are using data structure definitions from collection through projection and dissemination, so we use the same structures in all of the statistical processing. In this respect, we are not mapping the data to a different data structure definition when we disseminate. So what is the new now in our search engine and why I'm presenting this to you? So our data warehouse has grown exponentially, and it's for final users, it is very difficult to find data. It is also very difficult to find data only using the terminology that usually statisticians are using. So in this respect, we wanted to ease them. Our final users actually were complaining a bit that one of the functionalities that we have in our data warehouse that is not user-friendly and then have problems with is finding data, and the search engine that we have was not optimal for them. So a year ago, we launched a proof of concept with the help of which we wanted to see what kind of new technologies we can use in order to improve these search functionalities, also having in mind that we are using the SDMX information model with all of its artifacts. And we decided for our business case that actually Elasticsearch is chosen as the most suitable solution. So in this presentation, I will just explain to you how we are using all of the artifacts around SDMX and how we are actually making it work with Elasticsearch. So SEW search and metadata. So to find data that we are looking for, we need to have enough information describing this data, identifying this data. All of this information currently in the statistical data warehouse is stored or is in the SDMX information model. So this is the only information that we have when we disseminate. And the question was how we can use or utilize all of this information that we have for the final users to increase the performance and the precision of our search engine. So I'll give you here a very small example. This is an example which is on the most commonly searched term in our data warehouse. This is inflation. And the inflation rate is disseminated currently in a data set, which is called ICP, Indices of Consumer Prices. This is the name of the data set. And this data set has the following structure. It has dimensions, 6 dimensions you see. We have many attributes on different levels, which are not listed here. So the question was, how do we take all of this information and put it in Elasticsearch? So in order to be able to search for a time series in SEW, we need to describe it. So we took the meaning of all of the dimensions, we took the meaning of all of the attributes, we took the metadata, the reference metadata, the metadata on dataset level, which is also published in our data warehouse, and we are using actually the MSD as defined by the statistical working group, SDMX statistical working group. So we are using all of the concepts there in order to define our reference metadata. In addition, so this was not enough actually. All of this information was not enough, so we needed to enhance a bit the precision. So what we used in addition was to use the information on where the series with their series keys are appearing in our publication, our official publications. This, of course, boosted a lot the search results because not only the definition of the dimensions and the attributes were used, but the fact that the series is used in publication means that this is one of the most, referred series or used series. So this definitely increased the precision. Another thing that we did, which actually helped a lot, and we thought that we also had this feedback from final users that the statistical terminology which is used actually when we define the series in, for example, let's say global data structure definition, this is something which a final user who is not very technical and not familiar with SDMX will not be able to use. And in this respect, we were thinking how to improve a little bit the way we present the data, but still keeping the original data structure definition. So what we did, we started to tag the series that we disseminate with the most user, we started with actually the most used search terms that we have, because of course we have user statistic and we can see this. So we started to build our SDMX taxonomy based on search terms that we currently know, and we knew, for example, for each search term what is the most proper series. We also looked at how we allocate our data. So in the statistical data warehouse, we have this navigation hierarchy with all of the economic concepts, and all of the data that we have that is disseminated there is allocated somewhere in this navigation hierarchy. So there is a user-friendly economic term behind all of these series that we disseminate. So we used also this information in order to tag the series. Another thing that we did, we looked also at the dimensions, especially for inflation or prices. It was quite useful because we could use, for example, the meaning of which is used in the code list to extract key terms, which, for example, for prices, we could tag this is food price, so we will put food or oil or. So we had this additional information which we added actually to the series. Features that we will include in the future is, of course, it will be really nice to use learning to rank methodology, where the user sees the result and said, okay, actually this was the series that I was searching for, and you are giving me something else. More user statistics, because currently, as I said, we use very limited amount of statistics, and we are trying to actually to incorporate into the search engine more statistics that are available, and of course the improvement of the tagging. So we thought that this is actually a core feature that will improve the search. And this tagging, as I said, is extremely useful for users who are not familiar with the terminology that we are here using also in the SDMX community. So I would just give you an example regarding how we tagged actually the previous series that you saw. So what is different? So tagging of the time series. So we are assigning meaningful keywords for each disseminated series. So as I said, if you're an unexperienced user, you have no idea about the data structure definition, you will be still able to find the data you're searching for. You don't need to know the structure and filter through the structure in order to find the series. So the tags that we currently have, I actually mentioned this, they're extracted from the concept schemes naming of the dimensions and the attributes. This is one way, but we also use additional, so we enrich our tagging based on feedback, also based on discussions with our economists. So for example, for the inflation time series, we tag it also with HICP, prices index rate, and so on, the ones that you see here, in order to improve the way the user finds the data. I think I was too fast, maybe here, yes. 3 main improvements of the new SDW search. So we have timely results. Currently the search is quite quick, 3 times quicker than before, just because we have this new technology, Elasticsearch. We have more intuitive search, so we don't need to have a prior knowledge of the series key or codifications. This is the introduction of the tags. And with the help of the tags, actually, the user can also filter. So we have now a simple filtering and advanced filtering. The advanced one is following the data structure definition, and the simple filtering is filtering through usually country, frequency, source, and tags. So this is for users that do not have that much knowledge regarding the structure. And of course, we have the increased precision. This is due to the fact that we added information using the metadata on series and dataset level, and also we use the tags and the appearance in publications. So my conclusion, so the data modeling via SDMX can be integrated in search technology, but we need to spend some time to boost these search results to see how we can actually boost them. And the SDMX information model, at least we are just contemplating how can we add this additional information that we have regarding user statistic, regarding, for example, tagging. Okay, user statistic, maybe we leave it on the side, but the tags, this is some information which can be quite useful also for exchange or especially in the dissemination. So this is from my side. Thank you.
Thank you, Zlatina, for really the very nice, useful use case at the end of this day. Maybe it's already late, but some questions and comments can be welcome. So let's start by Abdullah, and then Jonathan, and then Daniel.
Thanks. Thanks very much, Latina, for a very interesting presentation. My question is, did you use semantic web, RDF, and ontologies and related technologies, or are you planning to use them? Thank you.
No, currently we are not using them, so everything is custom built on our side. The thing was that actually we had to be very quickly with this implementation. We had only 6 months for it, and we had to somehow, I don't know, generate tagging in very quick way, and we chose the simple way on our side. But indeed, in the future, we're having a lot of ideas how to improve the taxonomy that we generated, and this is a very good idea that you're giving, that we can reuse these existing models.
So thank you for the presentation. Very interesting, especially in our community as well. We're looking at this. So first point, I'm just wondering why you opted for Elasticsearch, and are you running the free version or are you running the license version? Because we did a lot of research into this. We actually engaged with some experts and providers, and we opted for Solar in the end because the free version of Elastic didn't have secure indexation, which was a big problem for us for exposing information unsecurely and publicly. On the second point I saw on your slides, there was concept scheme navigation. I'm wondering whether, I mean, we use category scheme for navigation, which seems more natural. So I'm just wondering why you opted for that. And maybe just a sort of call to you, an invitation. As I mentioned, we're quite interested in this. We actually have a workshop in our community happening in mid-February, and I would like to invite you to come and make an intervention if you wish.
Regarding the first question, yes, we are using the free version actually of Elasticsearch, and for the way we use it, it's sufficient. So we did not buy any upgrade for it. So it worked until now. Regarding your second question, I mean, the mapping that we have when I say navigation here in SDW and concept scheme, I mean, this is how to say, we try to map this, but of course, sometimes we have some discrepancies there. So that's why we use just this terminology. And thank you very much for the invitation. It will be really interesting to see also how other organizations are dealing with dissemination, and especially for user needs, finding data and presenting the data in more compact way so that it's user friendly.
Thank you, Zlatina, for sharing your experience. We have the similar experience, but we haven't reached yet to the perfection of using Elasticsearch. Just a question with regards to your data Do you use or share data machine to machine?
Yes, we have web services.
Okay, so just a recommendation based on Abdullah's question on using ontology. So if you're using machine to machine, it's better to use an ontology. It will make it much easier to share your data and make it more visible. So just a recommendation.
Yes, thank you.
Any additional comment? Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you very much for a very interesting presentation. I don't have experience with Elasticsearch, so I'd like to know how did you deal with synonyms? I mean, like searching with acronyms or abbreviations.
Yes.
Was it done with tagging, or you just have like you use some already existing synonym dictionaries or anything like that, or is it a part of Elasticsearch? Because I don't know. Thank you.
Elasticsearch has the possibility that you use synonyms, and we had already in the current search that we have a list of synonyms, and we try to enrich them. So all of the abbreviations are there. For example, this is also a way a bit to boost some of the searches. For example, we definitely have inflation and HICP as a synonym there. So in Elasticsearch, you can maintain synonyms, and they're used with the search. And as I said, these are synonyms that we collected for some years, and we try always to enhance them.
One question here. Is Latino excellent work like for making it search engine friendly? So it's my question is with two assumptions. If the assumptions are wrong, say your question is not valid. So one is I assume that you have made this search like once people reach your website, then when they search for it, right? And the second thing is if it's a public website, then most people reach data sites using Google or Bing or those search engines. So what has been done so these external search engines which drive traffic to your website, they know you have this data?
Yes, of course, we are tagging all of our websites, so it's you can see it also via Google. But for example, our website currently it's public website, and currently we also actually we have a Google search option, so you can search through the website using Google too. And we have actually two types of searches, like our own search, but you can also do it like this. But your question was okay, how Google actually can identify our website. But I think that I'm not a technical person, but there is a way that we use specific tagging so that Google can identify us and index. Yes.
Okay, it seems that we have no additional questions on Chromant. So first of all, thank you very much for really staying till the end of the session. We know it's really late, and special thanks to our speakers who provided us with very interesting presentation at the end of the day, who had succeeded really to capture interest. So this was one of the, let's say, part of the different use cases for the SDMX interoperability and integration, and we will continue tomorrow with 4 other use cases. So see you all tomorrow at 9:15, and have all a nice evening. Thank you.
The third day of the 11th SDMX expert meeting has come to an end. We want to thank all the on-site participants as well as those who follow us through our digital media. We remind you that tomorrow we will continue with session 7 and we start at 9:15. Transportation to your hotels is available now on the main entrance. Tomorrow they will pick you up at 8:30 as usual. Thank you and good afternoon.